Oh my goodness, are we starting? Okie dokie. Okie dokie smuggy. Let's pull up some stuff. Sure, I got all my ducks in a row. Hold on. Wow, a dono. What? Did someone just donate? Did someone just donate and I missed that? Let's see. We've got Abe Lincoln just said $2 from Abe Lincoln saying freeze peach. Let's go. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. LockTM says, should I call in and embarrass him? I wouldn't mind having a conversation. Let me open up my... Appreciate that dono. That's a very early dono. I was not expecting that. I'd like heard it. Like I had to set down my headset for a second and I heard it and I was like, what? Someone donated? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. All right, let's see here. Restream chat. Okay. Got that going. Put up my notepad. There was somebody who wanted to talk, hence I think why I'm streaming today. Take a look here. Try to find. Let's do some Majora's Mask. Okay. Hello. Hello, 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 hello. All right. Should we watch a Blair White video? God, that sounds awful. That sounds awful. Let me see here. Let's see what we can get, what we can muster here. Politics? I don't know. MAGA? Maybe just type MAGA. Why Trump is scared of Netanyahu. I should probably let everybody know that I'm streaming. Copy link address at everyone. Okie dokie. Should we look at another like MAGA podcast or something? Should we look at more like Crucible content? Another Joe Rogan interview. 50 says, yay! Hello, 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 hello. Hello. Yeah, I don't know. You know, on YouTube, there used to be like a suggestion where you could like press a button for like recently uploaded, but now I don't see that anymore. That's honestly super annoying. I was going over the what was it? The Afro Man trial. I was just watching that. I don't know if you guys want to watch that, but I don't know. It's kind of got a bit of a like a lot of I guess noise, I guess. And I don't want it to be too annoying for people. Destiny had Michael Tracy on the other day. Who's Michael Tracy? I'm sorry. I'm bad with this stuff. Well, let me see.
The money from the piles that he made, he collects. You can clearly see on body cam where he's collecting as $100. It actually contains $110. Now you can clearly see this on body cam video where there's a $50 bill underneath.
Maybe it's better to have that at a 1.0.
He picks that up and he collects it as 100, but it's clearly 110. He had a pile over to, in the video footage, you see it on his left side. He's got a pile over there and he counted of $90. So he has 3 piles of 100s now in front of him. He picks that up and he picks up what he collected as $90 and he calls it $390. So he writes down on a piece of paper $4,390 when in fact the $390 doesn't really exist.
And your review of the body cam convinced you that that was the source of the discrepancy?
I think this was like the part where that apparently there was like some $4,000 stolen or some $4,390 stolen or taken into custody. Not stolen, taken into custody by the police. It was Afro Man's money. It was from like his own performance gigs that he had that much money lying around. And apparently they just like took it, put it, into evidence bags and then put like a number. It was counted twice and apparently it was counted wrong both times. And they're now saying that like Afro Man counted it wrong. And now they're like trying to explain away, like, why did 2 separate people count it wrong?
Between the $4,000 that was actually in the bag and the $4,390 that was written on the bag?
Absolutely.
Now you mentioned a second pile of money, or a second bunch of money that was collected from from another floor or another room. Can you tell us about your investigation into that alleged discrepancy?
Yes. So in watching that body footage, now this is the monies, I guess, that were uncovered in another room of the home. I could not make a determination like I could on the other count. It just didn't provide me a clear. It was counted as $641 was what was written on the packaging material that was used, and counted as $641. When in essence, I believe when it was returned to the homeowner, I believe $631 was actually in the bag, a $10 discrepancy. I couldn't account for that on body video or the audio displayed, so I couldn't come to a conclusion to that amount.
So for this $10 discrepancy between 631 and 641, you were not able to determine one way or the other
That's correct.
what happened to that money.
That's correct.
On the $390 discrepancy, you were able to conclude what happened?
Absolutely.
And did you draw any conclusions at all about the $10 discrepancy, even though you couldn't see anything on video?
Yeah. I didn't conduct an interview with Detective Nolan. I didn't find it necessary, but I couldn't come to a conclusion of the 10. And I don't think it would
It's
be
not
so
too
far
loud for you guys, is
forward
it?
For me to conclude that
turn
that
it
might have
down
been
a
a
little bit.
miscount. But again, I couldn't come to that conclusion. I don't know.
Okay, fair enough. And did you know Detective Newland before you started this investigation?
No.
G. Patrick says, what are we watching here? I cannot read the video title. This is the Afro Man trial. Just like as is. Just the trial. And this is day 2 of day 3. If you guys want to call in, you can. Phone number is 202-998-5218. You want to call in, have a discussion, we can do so. I've got a discussion later on today with somebody who did a review of my debate that I had with Taylor Fogarty, so we'll see how that goes.
Did you know anybody or have any relationship with anybody who was involved in this, in the cash that you were counting and investigating?
No.
Did you issue a report?
Rain says, I didn't realize that you consider yourself a progressive. No, I very much am. Big time progressive. I just said liberal because like classically, like I would be like a liberal, but like I guess it like more accurately, it'd probably be better to say progressive.
As a result of your investigation?
I did.
And is that report part of, kept in the public record as part of your normal duties as a detective?
Yes.
Could we have, what exhibit is that, Natalie?
31.
Thank you. Okay, we're showing you exhibit 31, Detective Robinson, and it looks like, first of all, do you, from this little snippet we're looking at here from the first page, do you recognize this as part of the report you issued?
I do.
And it looks like the report date is December 8th of 2022. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And then can you go to the second page of the report, please? And then the third page of the report. And do you recognize this, Detective, as the beginning of your narrative report of your investigation and the results contained in it?
Yes.
And we don't need to take time right now to review everything, but down at the last sentence of the second paragraph, you wrote, "The monies returned did not equal to what was indicated that had been originally removed from the home." Did I read that correctly?
You read it correct.
And that's referring to this cash discrepancy that you just talked about.
Correct.
And then let's go down a little bit further, and there in your report, there's some numbers there on the left, 1 through 7, with various numbers. What are those and why are those there? Just give us a little snippet of what you were doing.
I mentioned that I wanted to conduct an audit of the monies coming in that were brought in to the sheriff's office by debt.
Why do they say it like that? I wanted to get an indication of the monies coming in. Who talks like that? Like fucking. I want to consider the monies. I don't really.
Deputies, detectives, agents, what have you, from scenes.
Let's see. So G. Patrick says, so police sued him for defamation. Yeah. So basically, Afro Man, like he got his house raided by police based off of an anonymous tip that he had like kids in his basement and that he was like dealing drugs. What it turns out was that there was no kids. There wasn't even a basement. The house didn't even have a basement. And the drugs that they found was 2 joints. And given the fact that Afro Man is known for making the song Because I Got High in the 90s, that's a very stunningly small amount. Like, that's not even a reportable amount at that point. So that's pretty funny. The next thing was that the cops came in and basically like ransacked his home and like tried to like look everywhere for criminal wrongdoing and didn't really find anything. And they took apart his like security system and they like just wrecked his home. And they also broke his door. So they requested that they like that the people who broke it basically have to pay for it. They asked for the police officers to pay it back. They did not pay it back. And so rather than him like doing any like legal battle with it, he decided to just like make a song, like several songs. I can't play it on stream because I'll definitely get monetized for it, but they are fucking hilarious. He points out specific officers and like what they did. There was like this one guy who was like raiding his home and just happened to look at like this lemon pound cake and so like ever since then he's been called Officer Lemon Pound Cake. There's like another one that's like that was suspected of like being trans because they had like a deep voice as like a woman, and he was like making fun of her for that. And so it was like a wild situation. I mean, like I would have more sympathy for the cops if it weren't for the fact that the cops were like grossly negligent in this point. So this is like day 2 of the trial and they're going over like the money that apparently the money that was taken into evidence, it was counted like twice by 2 separate officers and they got different numbers on both counts. I'm like, dude, these people they're so shit at their job.
To see if there's a pattern or an issue. There were nearly 70 items, 60-something items that we counted. We actually broke open the packages, examined what was on the packaging, the amount, and then physically counted the money in each package. In almost those nearly 70 packages, we did find 7 discrepancies in that money, in those money.
Forever Rain says, by the way, were they trans? No, they're just a lesbian. They have a literal vagina. They had said that. They said, I was born with a vagina. I just have a deep voice. They're just like, I just have a deep voice. I don't know what you want. Like, I have a vagina. Like, fuck you. And fair enough, right? Like, Afrojack is kind of shitty on that part where but at the same time, all of my sympathy goes completely out the window after I realize that it was Afro Man that was harassed through this, and that if they never raided Afro Man's house, none of this would have transpired.
Counts by various deputies, detectives, agents, whoever brought those in. I don't have that list, but of those 7 discrepancies, 3 contained monies that were less than what was indicated on the package, with the highest amount being $5. 4 of those discrepancies, 4 of the 7, actually contained more money that was in the packaging that was listed on the packaging, and that highest amount being $2.40. And a lot of this involved some.
I don't really understand. Like, if you happen to see money in somebody's house, like, what right do you have to like not provide them? Like, why do you have to take their money? Is it really like evidence to like take somebody's money? Like, ooh, you could have, I feel like you could have just justified taking that money no matter what. Like, you just show up, see money and be like a large amount of money and just be like, oh, that was probably done with drugs. You probably got that money. So that's evidence. We have to take the money for evidence. And it's like, it just doesn't seem right.
Coin change, if you will.
Okay. And Detective, what did you conclude as a result, if anything, as a result of this investigation into the whole evidence room here at Adams County?
You know, this didn't cause any red flags to us that that there was a huge issue or anything.
G. Patrick says, completely out of left field, but you mentioned Wilson the other day, and I was curious. Not only did we mention Wilson, we were watching his Joe Rogan interview for several hours. We had like a 6.5 hour long stream where we just went over that shit. Let's see. Do you think if someone says that they enjoy watching videos just from that info, that person says that they lose all credibility? No. I'm saying that they lose all credibility when they went out of their way to just wreck Afro Man's house. Like, they had no justification to wreck his house. They just did that because they're assholes.
But this is a common mistake of counting money and coin. It really didn't send us a red flag.
And then let's turn to the... No, hang on one second. I'm sorry. Yeah, while we're still at this page at the very bottom, this is simply, I think, reciting what you've just testified to. Can you just read that for us, starting with while counting out? Can you see your computer monitor, or is it?
Can you see it on this one?
Is that easier
Actually,
or not?
better.
Is it okay? Yeah.
Well,
Feel free. Yeah, no. We can blow it up a little too.
that's fine. While counting out 100 bills, 2 $100 bills was placed down on the ground and counted aloud by Detective Nolan as being...
Cowcrapper says, I love covering Andrew Wilson because you could take almost any of his debate moments, look it up, and have it be an outright lie or an incorrect interpretation on things. It's pretty wild, isn't it? Let's see. Base Scott Flashy says, Amender, I just got done watching you debate Raj from the Big Bang Theory. Who's that?
2. The counting continues. 3, 4, 5, 6. Though you don't have a clear view of these bills being counted, the audio suggests that he has counted to the number 6. There is a pause and then it goes on. What seemingly is the arranging of monies in hand while the 2 $100 bills remain on the floor. Next you hear 7, and a $100 bill is placed atop of the other 2 on the floor. This is followed by 8, 9, and 10. This completes the pile the detective has established and collects it as $1,000. When it appears that he actually has $600. The video audio...
I don't understand how you can have like 2 grown-ass adults like count the money, examine a discrepancy, and then just go, who cares? This won't come to bite us in the... It's like complete neglect. Like, I remember when I worked at, like when I was young, when I worked at Taco Bell, they would give you your register, but like you would receive like roughly $100 in your register at the beginning of a shift. And you were damn sure to count your money at the beginning of your shift, because if the money was missing by the end of the shift, they're like sitting there counting and see that it's off by $10, $20. Guess who they're going to blame? They're not going to blame anybody else. They're going to blame you for losing the money. And it's like, and that was only $100, like $100 difference. So like, why aren't these cops like checking this stuff? Like, why would you just be like, Oh yeah, there's a discrepancy in the evidence bag and the money. Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it. Who cares? No one cares. No one's going to count this later anyway. Afterman probably doesn't even remember how much money it was.
Continues, and after counting out piles of money totaling $100 each, he begins collecting these piles, making a pile of $1,000. He makes 4 piles that appear to be totaling $4,000. With 4 piles remaining, 3 piles were collected and totaled as $300. And the third pile collects as $100. It is clear that it contains $110. This is what I was testifying earlier. A $50 bill and 3 $20 bills. The fourth pile he adds with the other 3 and states on audio $390 and records on a piece of paper $4,390. Though he records $4,390, the video audio suggests to me that he actually has $4,000. I believe this accounts for the alleged missing $390 associated with item number 1.
All right, thank you. And then you also describe your conclusion with the second bag, and I don't know that we need to read that. The jury will have it back in the jury room if they want to, but essentially you weren't able to account for the $10 from the second bag, is that right?
Yeah, in reviewing that video footage and watching and listening, I couldn't make a determination to that amount.
All right. And do you know, was this amount of $4,390 on the first bag, was that written on the bag?
Mind you, there have been so many. I remember watching this video of like this bunch of crooked cops just stealing. Let me see if I can pull it. Like, I remember this. It was so yeah, I think this is it. It was like an evicted family.
In Tyler, Texas, 3 constables served an
It's like moments like this where I'm just like, dude, there are so many instances where it's like the cops they're just crooked. They're just like pieces of garbage, crooked people. Here, I'll show you. Like,
eviction notice. They would clear the house of the residents, then do the following. Via the accidental activation of one of their body cams, the footage captures the constables stealing items from the house.
Hold on. Oh. Hold on, don't come down here.
No, you just bring that.
Let me see.
Is she?
Okay, put him in my shirt. Thank you.
blows me away that they're just happened, like they just happen to leave their body cams on like fucking morons. This is why, like, there's moments where I'm just like, you know, like where you have like extremists, they'll tell you like, oh, all cops are bastards. It's like moments like this, like videos like this that make me go, kind of a little bit, like kind of. Typically though, I am not like an all cops are bastards kind of person. I think that there's good cops. I think there's bad cops. And it's like that situation is like, it is so fucked up. You're put into the trust of like, of the public's eye that you're like out to actually help your local community. And you have basically broken that trust completely, and you're going in and you're stealing people's crap.
Hold on.
Oh, you got the cocaine?
Oh,
Yeah, everything here. So,
this can go in here. We set that box right. We set that on that dresser.
what's this?
A box.
That is Chief Deputy LaQuenda Banks appearing to put items belonging to the homeowner in her shirt.
Bruh, why are you doing that? What? Bro,
That is Chief
she's
Deputy
just sitting there in the fucking mirror. She doesn't even give a fuck,
LaQuenda Banks
bro.
appearing to put items belonging to the
It is
homeowners
so
in her
gross,
shirt.
dude.
Oh, you got it.
Oh, no, I was watching the other bag too. We can roll this out.
So it's like, how is it that you can even confirm? Like, how would you even be able to confirm if, like, you know, cops came to search your house for one reason or another? Maybe there was like a call in or whatever. How would you be able to determine that, oh, they took XYZ, would you even notice? Would you be able to tell? Be like, hey, you stole some stuff of mine. How would you even like legally go on about that without ending up getting like targeted for like, you know, going against the cops? It is such a gross, dude. It's so gross. People that do this.
Then she takes more valuables into her possession.
Dude, she is going to town, bro. She didn't give a fuck. She's like, she wants to grab as much as she physically can and just like fuck over this homeowner, this poor homeowner who's just trying to live their life. And it's like, and by the way, right, I'm pretty sure like these people are being evicted. Like they're being evicted and they're just going to sit there and start taking people's shit, bro. That is so fucked up, bro. They're already having financial trouble. They got enough to deal with, these fucking asshole cops.
You still in here? You found something else?
Let's see. It says, I'm going to call, but I'm calling from Norway, so it will show up as unknown. It will not show up as unknown if you're calling from Norway. You should be able to call and not have any issues. Yeah. Hold on.
Oakley glasses. Like they got everything in a good spot. This ain't like the daughter's home. What you see? Yeah, I think that one. The Oakley's up. They losing everything.
Now, are they allowed to keep anything of value?
Who? What's all this? Yeah. Yeah. See what's in here. Oh.
And they're talking, right? Like it's like they're finding like actual drug paraphernalia. They're like entrusting. They're like, hey, did you find something over there? They're like, yeah, I found something. Well, you know what they found? They found some Gucci sunglasses and a watch. It's so fucked up, dude. All right. These are corrupt cops. We're gonna move on. I'm gonna take a look at the back to the Afro Man thing.
Or somewhere in relation to the bag.
He writes it on a piece of paper. I don't recall if it was written on the bag.
And he puts it in the bag then? Is that your
I
understanding?
believe that's what was done, yeah.
Oh, Cyrodiilic says that the call did not work. You can call on on Discord. I'm 1stAmender. So if I know international calling works, I've had Daniel call me from Romania, so there should be no reason why that the call would not work. But whatever. If you're having some weird setup or you want to hide your identity, you can call me on Discord.
All right. And the video shows that.
Yes.
Detective Robinson, was your report available to the public if anyone asked for it?
I would believe it would be, yes.
Do you know if Mr. Foreman here or anyone else associated with him ever asked for a copy of your report?
I wouldn't know that.
All right.
I don't know that.
Okay. Those are all of my questions. Thank you very much.
We have to cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So, Detective Robinson, you did an investigation at the request of the Adams County Sheriff at that time, correct?
Correct.
And you actually went farther than he asked for. You actually went and did a complete audit of all 66 money bags in evidence.
I wouldn't say that that was farther. It was part of the investigation.
So he asked for you to audit.
That was my idea.
Okay. That's what
Hey, it's Spotlight. How you doing, Spotlight? He was the one that interviewed or reviewed the video on the debate I had with Taylor Fogarty.
And out of those 66 exhibits, did you attach to your report a itemization of them?
Correct.
Okay. And each one you say the amount stated and the amount counted and whether it matched or not?
Correct.
You also indicate if the bag was sealed or not?
I did not indicate that, but they were all sealed when we examined them.
Okay.
Fuck! No! No!
Oh.
There's,
Oh, okay. So I'm putting, this is a further amount of exhibit 31 of the plaintiff. And so this would be the spreadsheet that you attached to your report?
yeah, and actually, yeah, that's correct. And it awfully states that there were some found what we indicated to be open.
And that would be unsealed?
Yes,
So when it says open on here, it means unsealed?
that's what we put in there, yeah.
Did you note whether each evidence bag actually had like the number of denominations, like 7 $5 bills, 10 $10 bills? Did
No.
you note that?
No.
Okay. Did you get a chance to observe the packaging that the original money was in that was returned to Mr. Foreman?
I believe so. I don't recall what that looked like, but I believe we had that ability, yes.
So you don't remember if there was the bills written?
And just FYI, right? I don't believe this cop's story at all, that there was just like discrepant findings. And the reason why that I don't believe this cop is because one cop counts one number, the other cop counts a completely different number. You're supposed to count it twice. They said that in the court trial, and they're two different numbers. Why didn't they count again? Like, it's not that hard. You just don't need to count the money and be done with it. Like, it really should never be, like, separate the bills, count the fucking money, and then be on your way, right? Make sure that it's correct. Why can't you confirm that it's correct?
Written on it, so many 5s, so many 10s and such?
I don't.
Okay. But if you had noted that, that would be in your report?
Not necessarily.
Why not?
I'm concerned with the total amount, really not, I wasn't concerned by denominations, but I don't recall if that was on the packaging or not.
But you would agree if you put the number of denominations of each series of bill that was in there on the front of the bag, you could determine whether you miscounted or not just by doing multiplication.
I'm not sure. Perhaps, maybe.
You're not sure you can do multiplication, or you're not sure that you can count up that?
Well, again, I don't know if those denominations were listed on the bag or not.
Okay.
I just know what the video clearly shows me.
So you're entitled. So let's ask that question. There was 8 hours of body cam footage. How much body cam footage did you watch?
I watched all of the body cam footage, but focused my attention on the money count.
You watched all 8 hours.
I watched, well, I didn't count how long it was, but I reviewed I had the...
Hey, Scott Flashy says, Amender, when you were a libertarian, were you really anti-cop libertarians, or was it not much of a factor? It wasn't a factor for me. I was okay with cops.
entire body cam footage. I reviewed the body cam footage, but I focused my attention on the money count. Now, if it was 8 hours, I couldn't say.
Okay. So, but you never put in your report anything about the money being left unattended or anything like that you would saw in the body cam?
It wasn't my concern if the money was left unattended because, again, after reviewing the body cam footage and the count, and it was listed as $4,390. That's what was listed on the bag when the homeowner came to collect his money, and I believe to be $4,000 in that bag, and $4,000 was returned.
Okay. So there was a number here in your report. You talk about do you recall what the total amount?
Look at the face on the Goron mask. Sorry. All right, continuing.
Amount that was listed on the bag one was? You said it was how much?
I don't know if it was listed on the bag or not. I know that he was writing down in the body cam footage on a piece of paper, and I couldn't tell what the number was, but I could hear what he was writing because he was saying it as he was writing it, $4,390.
Okay. So he wrote $4,390 on a piece of paper with the bills,
Yes.
and that was put in an evidence bag.
If, to my recollection, yes.
And so your investigation, it's off by $390
I need more bottles.
On that money count.
On
On
the
the
first
money count. Item 1, yeah.
Okay. And then the second count is off by how much?
It was written as $641 or listed as $641, and I believe the money that was returned was $631 when they counted it. So $10.
Okay. But you can't determine today what happened with that.
That $10, no, sir, I can't.
But you do make an allegation in your report what happened to it, correct?
I indicated in my report that confirming the miscount of monies of $390, it would not be so far to believe that it was a miscount of that money, but again, I couldn't come to any conclusion of what happened to that $10.
So when you said in your report, therefore, due to the history of proven miscount of money with item 1, it would not be so far as to believe a miscount of money occurred in item number 2?
Correct, that's what I wrote.
But you never put anything in here after that that said that you could not determine that, and that was just your guess.
Well, I certainly couldn't determine it, but I didn't. That's not written in my report as word per word what you indicated.
Well, if your report's open to the public, shouldn't it be accurate?
It is accurate.
Is it accurate? You literally, they just got done explaining that it literally wasn't accurate. Now they're saying that the number counts were accurate. That's so stupid, dude. Fuck these people, bro.
You're saying today, though, that you can't determine, but you said here in your report that you can determine. So explain to me what's accurate about that.
I indicate that it wouldn't be so far to believe that it was a possible miscount of the $10.
Guys, it was accurate, but also we miscounted. What is this? Are they stupid?
But it doesn't go on farther in that same paragraph after that.
I Need a Container says, what are we watching? This is the Afro Man court trial. The rapper. Anyway, let's continue.
Say that you could not determine.
No, it doesn't say that.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. So that's
Okay.
not. This is not accurate to your testimony.
But that's exact. I mean, that's the fact. I cannot determine.
And so that should be in the report here.
I believe by reading that, you can believe that it cannot be determined.
That's how you read it.
That's how I read it.
Okay. And you went and interviewed Mr. Foreman, correct?
I didn't interview Mr. Foreman.
Who did you interview in relation to this?
I didn't interview anybody in situation.
Not even Dee Russo, the evidence technician?
Yeah, she was with us when we did the audit.
So you interviewed her?
It wasn't an interview,
Well, what was it then?
just indicating of what, providing what we needed as far as the audit concern and the money count. And she was with us when the money was being counted.
So not to be mean to Dee, but so she was what, just fetching and carrying the evidence for you?
Well, she's in charge of the evidence property room, and that's how we made contact with her.
But you didn't sit there and ask her what she saw when she counted the money when it was returned to Mr. Foreman?
I didn't ask her that, no.
Okay. I'd like you to look at the second to last paragraph. I submitted a subpoena for the raw footage from Channel 19. Why would you submit for the footage of a news agency when you could have interviewed one of the people standing in the room there because she was with you the whole time as the evidence technician?
Well, I thought the raw footage may involve some assistance in while counting money, so that footage was in reference to the money being counted or returned to the homeowner.
So that footage is more important than a witness who stood there, who had power over it, whose duty was the responsibility to watch that?
I think video and audio are just as important. Just as in this case where it's clear for item number 1 with a miscount of the 390.
Okay. But your audit showed a discrepancy of over 10% of all of the money and evidence, correct?
I think it was 66 items and 7 discrepancies, with the largest one being $5. So whatever that percentage is.
Okay. So roughly about 10% then.
Roughly.
And each one of those was only off by less than $10 either way, correct?
Yes, less than $10. $5 and less, yes.
Okay. So even by your own audit, the second count, which is off by $10, is actually even an anomaly compared to the other 10% that was miscounted.
I'm not sure what you mean by anomaly, or are you saying it's unusual, or?
No, let's not get to unusual yet. So let's go back to your testimony.
These cops are so dumb, dude. What is going on?
Okay, so you testified during your audit. You had 3 that indicated less, with the most being indicated missing $5 as a miscount, correct?
That is correct.
You then found 4 that had more money than listed, with a highest being $2.40, correct?
Correct.
So $10 is more than you found in the 10% audit, correct?
Yes.
But by the way, the report was correct according to this fucking dickhead officer. What is wrong with this guy? Is he mentally okay? You can't honestly think that this guy is like, he sat there and said his report was accurate, but here he is saying in the same that he's like off, not by a little bit. He's like way off.
Who did you send a copy of your report to?
I can't recall if I sent any copies. I may have. I just don't recall.
You sent a copy of Mr. Foreman, though?
I don't recall sending a copy to Mr. Foreman.
Okay.
Yeah, why would you want to send the copies over to Afro Man? I mean, you know, it's only his stuff. I mean, why would you not want to send like, hey, here's where we got your stuff, and like he just zero consideration towards like towards Afro Man here. It's like they treat him like garbage. They ransack his home. They take all his crap, and then it's like, of course he's gonna write a song about you guys. You guys are fucking assholes.
Did you look at the return on the search warrant?
I did not.
Well, please tell me that was far enough.
But as far as you know, it would have an
thank
incorrect
God.
amount of money on it due to the miscount?
The search warrant return should have $4,390
right,
as
yeah,
one
another hot
count
spring.
and 641 as the other count.
Which adds up to over $5,000.
Yes.
So, okay.
Hey!
If I may have a second, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Your Honor, no further questions for this witness at this time.
Redirect.
Dude, these cops suck. These cops suck so hard.
Pull up this report one more time and let me ask you just a couple questions about it to clarify what happened.
U.S. Horizon Watch, what did he do? Haven't done... Okay, so to break it down, there was an anonymous call to Afroman about Afroman, saying that Afroman had... And by the way, for those who are not aware, Afroman is a rapper who famously did the song "Because I Got High." You know the song "Because I Got High." Da, 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 da. Yeah, it's just like it's an old '90s song. He was really famous. Yeah, he was really famous, and anyway, he had his house, and somebody called on him to say that he had kids in his basement locked up, and also that he was dealing drugs. They find out, so then cops show up, they raid his house, they basically like go through all his shit. They like, the guy, Afroman, gets like security footage of them basically raiding their house while he was not there. They then later on dismantle his security footage, they break all his shit, and they even break his door down. And so then he basically, they couldn't find anything. Number one, they didn't even have a basement, let alone any kids in there. And the amount of weed that they found was 2 joints. That was it. They found 2 joints. And they were like, well, this isn't enough to like try somebody on, you know, for like drug dealing or whatever. And so they just like left, and Afroman was like, hey, are you guys going to pay for all the shit you broke? They even took some $4,300 from Afroman, and the cops basically like laughed in his face. Like, dude, we're not going to fucking pay for the stuff that's broken. That's your problem. And so he decided to have a little fun with it. And he just made some songs about the cops that raided his shit. And so he listed them with their names and information of what they did and how fucked up it was. And they're really funny songs, by the way. They're great. One of the cops, their name is Officer Lemon Pound Cake, because Afroman had some lemon pound cake in the kitchen, and and the cop just like stared at it like lustfully, like wanting some lemon pound cake. So he called him like a fat fuck, and it's fun. It's hilarious. Anyway, so we're right here. What this is it is a defamation suit against Afroman. The cops are going because they've basically received like harassment and stuff for just being shit cops. And so they're going after Afroman for defamation. Anyway, here we go. Let's continue.
Here. What exhibit is this, Natalie? 31?
Yes.
Looking at exhibit 31 again, the last page of your report, Detective.
You don't have to reset it. Where's this flash? You have the whole report in paper form.
I wonder,
Just use the document.
we could do that.
Set it down on the document.
Mine is marked up.
Your Honor, mine is not. You could use
Thank
mine.
you. Thank you for the accommodation.
Your Honor, mine, just for the record, mine does have one thing at the top that says, Plaintiff's Exhibit 31, so I know what it is when I refer
We're
to it.
just going to use this one page.
Thank you. Flip the switch back.
He's resetting it. I hope that doesn't mess us up here.
Now she's great when it works.
Air Llama says, and then they got butt hurt that they use them in the music video and stuff. Yeah, well, of course, because it's like they feel like that they've been defamed, their reputations. But bro, if you don't want your reputation defamed, then don't be a fucking asshole cop. If they never raided Afro Man's home or they considered his constitutional rights when they got an anonymous tip. Which, by the way, an anonymous tip is not enough to actually do a raid, right? Because anybody could effectively do that. Just call in, say, hey, bad stuff is happening in this location. You got to go there quick. Okay. Then what happens is that they just take all your, they go in and raid all your shit. It would be super fucked up.
Your Honor, if I may ask, this might be a perfect time for me to ask for a restroom break because we're not able to do anything at this time.
How long do you think this will Sam will
I have 2 minutes, 3 minutes.
make it?
I can try, Your Honor.
Fair enough.
What the hell is going on over there?
Don't say a word. Thank you.
How long is it going to take before they start talking? Hold on.
Has a okay, Detective Robinson, we have this Exhibit 31 back up on the screen, and the page we're looking at has a second to the last paragraph there from the bottom, and you wrote, as I'm reading it, as to evidence item number 2 and the alleged missing $10 from the counted and recorded $641, I cannot determine from the body cam footage the amount possibly collected. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
And was that true?
That's true.
That's an accurate representation of your conclusion?
Yes.
While we're on this page, and since Mr. Osborne asked you a question about Channel 19 footage, I want to ask you about the short paragraph right above the one we just looked at, where you wrote, I would like to note that a news article published by WXIX reporter Ken Baker on August 30th, 2022, a week after the execution of the search warrant, the homeowner reported that investigators removed $4,000 from his home. Why was that important for you to include in your report?
I felt that if someone, this money was collected, I believe, if I recall correctly, from some clothing, an article of clothing, maybe in a pocket or something of that sort, that it would be strange to have $4,390 tucked away like that. It would make more sense if you had $4,000 maybe tucked away.
Why would it be 4,003? Why would that be strange? Just having, like, I don't understand. Like, what, you can't have 4,000? And then on top of everything, this guy is like, Afro Man is famous. Like, he does his own. Did I just get a membership? Wow. It's a Rubik's is a member for 5 months. Wow. Thank you very much, Rubik's. I appreciate that.
And when I saw this article, I found it of some interest, so I put that in my report.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Let's be honest though, man. Afro Man, he's living the fucking dream, bro. If you think about it, this dude is like, all right, I made my money as a successful artist, and now I ride off into the sunset, and I go do my own thing. He decides, okay, I'm just gonna go and make music or do like live performances at like bars and gigs and stuff, because I don't need the money anymore. I'm done. Did I just get a membership? Wow. I don't know why it does it twice. I'm sorry.
Just a couple questions. So, Detective Robinson, you found the news article of interest? Is that correct?
Yes.
More interest in interviewing anybody who was there, Brian Newland, Mr. Foreman, or anything?
I didn't find it necessary to interview them.
Okay. So this news article, though, would have occurred before Mr. Foreman got back his money, correct?
All I recall and what I documented is that it was a week after the search warrant execution.
Do you even know when he got back his money?
Not off the top of my head.
So you don't know if he got it back a week or 10 months later? Is that correct?
Well, he didn't get it back a week later.
So
but
when he
got
made
it.
that statement, he
I
did not
can't
have his
recite to
money,
you.
correct?
I'm sorry.
When he made that statement to the news, he did not have his money back, correct?
I don't know that for sure.
Mr.
But I don't
Robinson,
believe he did.
How about, let me finish, it's easy to step on each other. Go ahead, Mr. Osborne.
Mr. Robinson, let's cut the crap on this. You said he didn't have back his money a week after the raid, right?
I don't know when he got the money back. I don't recall the date. I'm assuming that it was a week after the search warrant execution that he did not have his money.
Let's see. Spotlight says, how do I join? I'm kind of a boomer. Well, you could try by calling me. Add me on Discord. I'm 1stAmender on Discord. 1stAmender, the number 1ST. Just add me on Discord. Either that, or if you want to call in, the phone number is 202-998-5218.
He returned.
So when he made that statement, you would assume he did not know or have his money back from the police department at that time.
Are you saying he didn't know the amount of money, or?
I'm asking you, based on what you just testified to, did he have back his money a week after the raid?
No, I don't believe he did.
Okay. Did you call Ken Baker?
No, I did not.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Redirect.
No redirect, Judge.
Try to step down, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
Next.
The plaintiffs called Joseph Foreman as if on cross-examination.
You
solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth.
Hey, we got Afro Man, bro. Bro, check out that outfit.
Thank you, sir.
Ooh,
Go ahead, Mr. Klingler.
Thank you, Your Honor.
that is a wild
For the record,
outfit.
would you give us your name, please?
My name is Joseph Edgar Foreman.
You are known under the stage name as Afro Man, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you create music videos and do performances, is
Yes,
that right? How many states of the United States have you performed in, do you think?
All of them.
All 50.
Yes, sir.
And how many countries have you performed in?
I don't remember, but not all of them, but I've been to a few.
How many live performances did you do last year, roughly?
I don't know. Possibly 250. I don't know, but I don't know. It's a lot of days, but I don't know exactly.
And you have a residence here in Adams County, correct?
Yes, sir.
You've been performing.
Well, it looks like we're gonna have a call with Elijah, who reviewed my my videos. So we're gonna be talking about that for a bit. Let's do that. All right, give me 1 second. Let me get the thing going. Hold on. Hang tight, hang tight, hang tight. I gotta turn my shit on. All right, hold on a sec. Is it doing my virtual camera or what? Is it gonna do it? Fucking do it, you bitch. You fucking big bitch. Sorry, give me a sec.
I am horrible at doing this too. I can see you on the
Okay.
live. I can't. Oh no, I can hear you on my headset too, but I can't see you yet.
I don't know why it's not working. Here, let me disconnect and reconnect. It should.
I'm of absolutely no help.
Oh, that's why. It's because it's not using the virtual cam.
All right, I can see it. What's up, man?
All right, hold on a sec. Let me do some quick adjustment here. Now we're just gonna add Discord as a source. Hold on, give me a moment.
Dude, the shades are sick, man.
Thank you.
Also, what are we watching?
That's the Afro Man stream.
Like the artist?
Yeah.
What is this recent or what's going on?
Yeah, it's recent. He got he got his house raided by a bunch of cops, and he got his shit broken, and he wanted to basically get repaid for it. And rather than being repaid, the cops just kind of laughed in his face and just said, "Fuck you. It's not our problem." And
what on earth? What
yeah,
should he get raided
and
for?
so then he made like a song like making fun of all the cops for being assholes. And
Afro Man.
yeah, and so then the cops sued for defamation, and that's what this case is about.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
What's going on with the money? Did they steal money from him or something?
Yeah, so they took $4,390 and put it into evidence, saying okay, this could be used for drug dealing, fucking assholes. And then they disconnected his security camera system, saying that they were going to take it into evidence, but neglected to take the DVR box, leaving Afro Man with all of the footage to where he made all of the music videos for.
That's funny. It was like,
You gotta see the music videos. They are hilarious. I cannot show them here though, sadly. Anyway,
I'm understanding why we're covering this. That's really funny.
Okay, so basically, I wanted to go over, I guess, the discussions that I had with Taylor, because I thought I did okay for the debate.
I thought you did really good too.
But
yeah.
Wait, that is not how you frame.
Yeah, I know. I realized that I didn't put context at the beginning as to the where I'm coming from or my perspective on the conversation, just because the way that some of the comments were phrased were clarifications that I felt like I understood in the arguments that you're making. So we can go over it and I can answer some questions, but I felt that it might be beneficial for me first to preface the way that I was viewing this, and then I think that might help some of the framing and on how the conversations are perceived, if that makes sense.
Okay. So I guess you said that from what I gathered from the videos that we had taken prior, you said that that you basically frame your arguments. Most of your arguments are about the abortion debate. Is that the case?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that the main contention or the issue that I had with your performance in that debate is that I really don't like the autonomy argument, and I don't think that from a pro-choice perspective, it can be effective, and I think that you did it pretty effectively, but I think that it comes off as dishonest, or it comes off as not addressing what the pro-life side is trying to offer up. And so most of my critiques were about how I think it should have started from a personal argument, which is an argument that I think you agree with, and then move on to the autonomy.
Walk me through
as
your
that's an extension of it,
abortion
yeah.
argument then, because maybe yours is stronger somehow. I don't know.
Well,
I'm just
yeah,
adjusting myself.
yeah, no, sure. There's also another clarification too that I haven't dealt with a lot of dishonest people, and I think that starting from an autonomy perspective works better against more dishonest people. So maybe I'm just naive in the way that I structure my argument, but what I'd say generally is that I do more of a personhood approach at about 20 to 24 weeks. If you wanted to be, there's a new type of science that's defending that the capacity to deploy conscious experience happens earlier than that. But I'm basically saying that personhood is something that we grant at about 20 to 24 weeks, and I use personhood as a proxy for when harms are possible, when something can be harmed or experience suffering or something like that. That's my general argument, is that I start from where it seems like a line that you kind of also agree with, about 20 weeks, but where you start instead with autonomy. And there are some disagreements I have with this strategy. But if you have thoughts on that first, then I can maybe ask some questions.
Well, I'm not seeing a huge distinction, I guess, from personhood and someone that can experience suffering, other than like, I don't know, maybe it's because our numbers are basically the same. I found the same conclusion as is the connection of the brain stem, and so therefore the rest of the body to then experience external sense stimuli. And it's like,
no, yeah, I agree with you, but I think that the part that I'm was focusing on, especially in that debate, is that you have this line. I guess where does your argument change after the 20-week mark? So after they can experience that external sense stimuli, how does your argument change? Like, do you think abortion should be legal past that point? Like,
so
how does
the
this
only
influence
instance
your
where an
argument?
abortion would be even remotely appropriate past that would be it would be under the risk of life to the mother, like a significant risk of life to the mother. But majority of the cases, if you're talking around that time, you just induce a birth. You don't need to do an abortion. They're viable outside of the womb around 20 weeks.
So do you think abortion is immoral after that? Like, if you were to just like kill the fetus as opposed to
It's not even like an
delivering it?
moral or immoral. It's just like, hey, you've waited this long. You could just have the baby. They're viable outside of the womb. It's not necessary.
So any instance of abortion after 20 weeks would be immoral, even though it doesn't really happen.
No,
it never happened.
No, because I said under the extent that the mother's life is not at risk. If the mother's life is at risk, I don't care, dude. Yeetus the fetus.
No, sure, I agree with you on that, because then from the pro-life perspective, it would be two lives, and you would be like making a decision based on. But what the pro-life people are saying is that obviously it should get that value before. But I guess what I'm trying to prod at is that you draw a line, and I'm trying to figure out what that line does for you, because it seems like we agree on the line, but when people like kind of press you on what that line means, I'm struggling to get kind of a little bit of an answer. on what that line means, or what you do with that line at 20 weeks, or with the brainstem connecting.
Well, I guess it comes down to like what it is that I care about a human. Like what is it about humanness that I think that's what's the most important thing. And that's where I derived it down. It's like an external sense, a reaction, if you will. You know, people responding to things from the outside, external sense stimuli. And if you're not connected to the body, you're not really having like a human external sense stimuli. So this also would extend to people who are, you know, say brain dead, where they're not responding to external sense stimuli and they have no chance of waking up. Situations like that make perfect sense, that you can have a termination because they will never experience that.
Yeah, and all of that makes sense to me. I guess I'm trying to the accusations or the feedback from my end when I was watching that video is that it didn't, like, what you would do is if okay, so you draw the line at 20 weeks as an important marker for what you value, which would be the external sense stimuli. But when you draw that line, I don't know exactly what that does, because I feel like for a lot of pro-choice people, what they would say is, whether it works pragmatically or not, what they would say is that before 20 weeks,
the spinal cord is connected with the rest of the body, allowing for external sense stimuli.
No, yes,
that's what's important.
Yeah. I guess, why is that important? How does it alter your perspective
because
of whether abortion is good or not, legal or not?
It's what makes somebody like a human life worth protecting, as opposed to like a vegetable.
So you would say that the human life is worth protecting past 20 weeks?
Yes.
Okay, and then would that extend even if that human life is infringing on the autonomy of the mother?
No. Okay. Your rights wouldn't supersede the rights of another.
Okay, and then that makes sense to me. That just wasn't clear. I would start with this line and then maybe talk about like the pre-post distinction. But I understand why
just wait till
you
you get in touch with people like Taylor. Holy shit, dude.
Yeah.
Man.
Sure.
They're some of the most dishonest pieces of garbage, dude. It blows my mind how these people walk around wanting, and you'll find it's like really common. Like I find it's more common that I've observed that there are people that actively fight against their own self-interest. Like here I am, a biological male, trying to like force a woman to have rights. They're like, no, listen, I don't think it should be up to me. I think it should be up to a politician or Supreme Court judge 100 to 1,000 miles away. I'm like, what?
Yeah. Well, I want to complain about this dishonesty in a second. I just want to get to some of my thoughts. The other thing that I'd say is that line makes sense. I wish it would have been clarified earlier, because I think Taylor was fishing for this line, and you could have maybe said it and then had the argument after. But I understand the strategy. What I will say is, how do you feel about like the general concept of consent to sex is consent to pregnancy? How do you feel about this concept?
It's totally insane. Most sex is not a desire for pregnancy. So I don't know where people get the idea that if you're having sex, therefore you're a social species. You engage with other people socially, and one of the things that humans classically socially engage in is sex.
Yeah, that makes sense. And I liked this distinction a lot, because it was fighting against the natural, when they throw words around like your natural ordered towards procreation. I think that's ridiculous. I think that the loading that she was doing, but I think that when they say consent to sex is consent to pregnancy, they're talking a little bit more about when you participate in an action, knowing the possibility that you have kind of agreed to that possibility. Now, that doesn't mean that you can't unconsent to it. The unconsenting is where most of the abortion argument lies. But to me, I see like a pretty obvious connection between like you choose to have, in cases where you choose to have sex, this is obviously a big caveat, but in cases where you choose to have sex, you understand that there's no amount of action that can prevent the possibility of pregnancy. Therefore, it seems like cause. You're consenting to the cause,
did you
therefore you're
get-
consenting
where-
to the effect.
Do you think that that's the case?
I don't like the word consent. I think it's something slightly different, but I think that it's a lot of people will use this like slot machine example, like you go to a casino and you're gambling. I think that that's somewhat compelling. I don't like the extension of that to where
I'm saying, do you think that
can't
there's any
unconsent
instance?
later.
Do you think that there's any instance where it's just not possible?
It's just not possible to get pregnant
Yeah.
while participating. I'm not sure. I mean, I know that like pretty much I think they said, I don't
What
know, like
about
the abstinence
tubes
thing, but
tied or vasectomy?
I think people still have reported pregnancies
Like
with
what
those.
are we?
It's super
how?
rare. It's super rare.
How? No.
It's super rare.
I'm
not sure.
I mean, if it has happened, it was a
think it
botched
has.
vasectomy. It was a botched tube tie.
Well, that's part of the
Because
risk
like
that they're talking about.
No, but it's like, what's the chances that you die on a roller coaster? It's there. There's an amount, but no.
I mean,
like getting on a roller coaster
yeah.
is not consent to dying, right? Getting in a car is not consent to getting killed. Like in the same way
I want to move away from the moral loading of the word consent because I think that it's just something different.
Consent is oh my god.
You can't get in a car crash if you don't drive. I'm not making any moral statements about whether or not you should or shouldn't drive. There's no externalities of that. It's just you cannot get in a car crash if you do not choose to drive. Now, do you see what I'm saying here? I'm not trying to make any like.
You
moral
can get in a
statement
car
about-
crash if you choose not to drive. What do you mean?
or if you choose not to get in a car.
You could also get into a car crash if you choose not to get into a car.
If you get hit by a car, is that?
Yeah.
I don't know if I'd call that a car crash.
Yeah, it is. It was a car
depends.
crash. I mean, it's just your body, but yeah, it's a car crash. All right. Beside the point, I'm looking
Do you
at
get
it.
what
I'm
I'm
thinking.
like-
I'm trying to. I'm trying. I really am.
Yeah.
There are absolutely instances of sex where it is not reasonable to assume you're going to get somebody pregnant. Like, let's just be honest. If you wear a condom, the chances are very much in your favor that you are not going to get her pregnant. If you're
That's
wearing
true.
it's
Yeah.
like 99.99, like really high. Like
Yeah.
there's spermicide, even if it breaks, you're still effectively protected because of all the spermicide and all sorts of crap. You really got to be pretty like neglect. Have you ever seen a condom blown up?
No.
They get big, dude. They're like, they'll get this big. So unless if your dick is like a horse, you're not breaking that condom, bro.
That's
It's
the
not
problem I
happening.
have, dude.
Or I don't know. Yeah. Or maybe, I don't know. Maybe you like left your condom out on the Florida porch for like 8 hours. And then you decide to use it like 2 weeks later, crusting up your, like, I just,
Sure.
it's like, I'm sorry. Sex does not mean,
No.
consent to pregnancy.
Yeah, and that's why I think that the verbiage that they use a lot of the times, and I think Taylor was using a purposefully dishonest verbiage when she was saying this. But what I'm saying is that consent to sex is consent to the possibility of pregnancy, as in there's no way to consensually avoid being pregnant.
If
while
you get a
also having sex.
vasectomy, I think you could have sex your entire life. You will never get a girl pregnant. Never.
I think, again, the possibility is I for the vasectomies and the tube side case, I just have to look at like if it's happened, like if the vasectomy is botched, then your preventative method did not work. Therefore, it was the engagement of sex that caused the pregnancy.
Do you understand what a vasectomy entails?
I would no. I'm saying I'd have to look into the rate. Like, if there has never been a case of somebody getting a vasectomy and then they got pregnant, then that would be a different.
Well, without
thing.
me getting too graphic on it, all right, I'm gonna share this with you. And I'll share it for the class, I guess. Where's my Chrome? Where's Chrome? You little bitch, Chrome. Come over here. Get over here. You little bastard.
He's hiding.
All right. So this, and I'll go ahead and share it with you, is a vasectomy. It is a physical disconnection of the tube that sends sperm. So how and where?
Again, I would just have to look at whatever the percentage of people who have gotten vasectomies and have gotten pregnant would be. I don't know how it would happen, but it would probably involve a botched vasectomy procedure.
You would have to have one of these tubes not disconnected somehow, which that's bonkers. It's so rare it may as well not exist.
Yes. The point that I'm making is that this is where very rare. I still question this phrase a lot, where they say that abstinence is the only way to prevent pregnancy. I don't actually like the way that that's phrased, but if you have to include that failing abstinence can lead to pregnancy, you should probably also include that failing a vasectomy also.
I got news for you, man.
Yeah.
Abstinence, I'm just going to tell you right now, terrible way to avoid pregnancy. Probably some of the and I'll tell you why, right? It's really simple. You tell a bunch of horny teenagers, at church youth group or whatever, hey, don't have sex. The devil will come and get you. And then the inevitable happens. And then there you are playing fucking truth or dare with all the other fucking kids with all and guess what what they don't have? They don't got condoms.
Yeah. No, I would agree with you. I made a whole video and the responses to it were very frustrating about abstinence being this, but I feel like you understand the foundation of what this is trying to say, that like choosing not to have sex is 100%. Sorry, literally not having sex is an 100% way to avoid pregnancy. Literally not having sex. There's probably something about consenting to sex as well that needs to be. But I feel like you know what I'm saying.
I suppose so. I just think that reality speaking, like when I'm in reality, people are going to be having sex. It's just a fact of life. People are the hormones be raging. I don't know if you remember going through puberty and going through your teens. I was a horny little fucker. I couldn't. I was like, I needed, and so that's what happened, right? That's what you ended up doing. And it's like, thankfully, safe sex, wear a condom, boom. I never got anybody pregnant. Fabulous. Here I am. Right. I'm 36. I don't got kids. It's amazing. I have money.
Right. Yeah, exactly. I'm getting flexed on by. No, I'm kidding. But the point of this part was about choosing to have sex, knowing it's a possibility, even in insane cases. There's no shock. Well, there is shock when you get pregnant, but there's the cause of that was the sex. And I think that that's kind of a reasonable position to have. Now, the way the pro-lifers weaponize this is they say that because you consent or because you did an action, therefore you must continue consenting, which is obviously not true. But I think that this is kind of an important part for the autonomy argument if you don't have this personhood component that is also added to it, if that makes sense. Because how the argument is if you choosing to have sex caused the pregnancy and you're responsible for that pregnancy, if you unconsent and that causes the death of an experiencing person, that's wrong. And so abortion is okay before 20 weeks because there's not an experiencing person there. But after 20 weeks, it becomes wrong.
So I wrote down what you said. You were like saying 20 to 24 weeks of personhood. Personhood we grant 20, 24 weeks. And when someone, and that is, in personhood is something where someone can experience suffering. This doesn't sound like effectively any different from my external sense stimuli, albeit with slightly different wording.
Yeah, I don't think it is, but I do think that I genuinely agree with a very specific implication of consent to sex is consent to pregnancy. And so when I lead the argument, I'm very forward about the fact that before 20 weeks it's okay, but after 20 weeks it's not okay. And I think that when you frame the argument as just autonomy, because it took about 45 minutes in that conversation for you guys to get to why is it wrong, when is it wrong. It took quite some time for the external sense stimuli to even be mentioned. And I think that that's because you were focusing on autonomy for the first half of the argument. And I think that from the pro-life perspective, they feel this deep sense of uncomfortability because it feels like what they're saying is not being addressed. And I kind of agree with that sentiment, which is where a lot of my criticisms were coming from. And I think that if the argument is framed from before 20 weeks, it's okay, after 20 weeks, it's not, that at least gives the pro-life people like, okay, he's like hearing and understanding me, he just doesn't agree. And then you can talk about why it's wrong after 20 weeks and why it's okay before that, if that makes sense. A lot of it was just like framing issues. And I felt like things were being communicated less honestly than they should because you had a threshold and you weren't talking about it until later.
So, all right. My only pushback I would say is like the idea that consent to sex is consent to pregnancy. I just so fundamentally disagree with that. We have sex all the time with zero intent of getting pregnant. Condoms do it for you. There's what's that one T thing for females? I'm trying to think.
It's not IVF, but it's like it's some acronym of like
contraceptives. Women. There's the morning after pill, of course. There's
I'm scared of women. So.
What?
I'm scared of women. So
you're scared of women?
Sorry. I'm making
serious?
a joke. Sorry. No, I'm making a joke.
There is let me see. Sorry, an intrauterine device. There's oral contraceptives. There's contraceptive patches. There's male and female condoms, vaginal rings. You know. It's
yeah,
like,
but the idea is that none of these are 100% effective. So when you choose to engage in sex,
it's
you know what I'm saying.
It's like 99.999, like very high, very high. Honestly, like your easiest to get a hold of with zero repercussion to you is a condom. Like condoms, man.
I've had a lot of condoms break.
Condoms. You've had condoms break? How long have you held the condom? I would always, when I knew I was going to have sex,
very long.
I would buy the condom and then it would just work. So you just got like this giant horse dong is what you're telling me?
No, just to impress the girl, I buy the tiniest one.
Yeah, the tiniest one, so they break.
Yeah. Oh no, but I will say it's more possible that I think, like, look at the stats of like, because this is the framing with abstinence is like a lot of people will just say like, well, duh, abstinence is 100% effective because if you have sex, you are not abstinent. But I feel like you're applying the same thing to the condom, to where it's like, if the condom was used effectively, or if the condom breaks, you're not using a condom. But I feel like we're kind of talking about different things there. Like it becomes a different thing once the condom breaks, or you put it on wrong, or you know what I mean. So if you look at the percentage of pregnancies, I just want you to hear me out,
right? Tell me that you can make a condom. You're telling me that you did not have an old condom, and I'm showing you a picture of that. You're gonna tell me your little shrinky, the little shrinky dink we got is gonna dude, are you serious?
I'm on my mama. It's happened like at least 9 times, but I don't know what the cause of this is. But if you look up like what percentage of pregnancies
that's what causes it to break.
But then that should be accounted for too. Like if that is the cause,
like buy a fresh condom. Yeah.
Yeah, but then that speaks to when you say using a condom prevents pregnancy, that kind of speaks to the inefficiency of using a condom.
You're not using any lubricants with it, right?
No.
The condom? Yeah, because it's got its own lubricant. You don't need...
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but do you see that the ineffectiveness of my ability to use a condom plays into a condom's preventative ability?
You don't got to be a brainiac to use a condom. You put on the fucking condom and you walk.
Apparently, I'm doing it wrong, man. Or I mean, there's got to be a statistic about this somewhere. That's like amount of pregnancies that are caused by using condom. Like I've always heard that condoms are not 100%.
Sun, heat, and light. That's what breaks condoms.
Yeah.
If you leave it out in the sun for like don't put it in your glove compartment like in your car where it gets to be 130. Like
I used to have this glass case on my wall that was break in case of emergency, and it was a condom pinned directly in the middle.
Oh, okay,
on the
great, yeah.
case, yeah.
Perfect.
So I've just been using that one every time. I don't know
Yeah,
why.
there you go.
It's not working.
I don't know.
But
okay,
yeah.
I'm just saying, like contraceptives do work. They have a very high propensity of working. Just simply because you have sex, it's not consent to pregnancy. Besides, you also have the morning after pill. There's all sorts of things that prevent pregnancies early in without having to worry about this. It is not consent to pregnancy.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't use the word consent like I said, but I in the way that I've described it, right? Like using the morning after pill is interesting. I think that what you would do is if you're going to prescribe that people do this preventative measure, if it doesn't work, that should be ascribed to the preventative measure. And so whatever statistic on any of these preventative measures that result in pregnancy still speak to what I'm saying. That
Forever
like even if
Rain
you use a preventative measure.
It's telling me condoms can break through normal if rough use. How? I have never been. I don't know. Maybe I'm just strict missionary.
I was gonna say maybe your stuff. I don't know. Maybe your stuff is lubed up, bro. She is excited. I don't know, man. I like
foreplay is important. That's important.
Yeah, I guess so.
That's really important stuff right there for her sake.
Yeah,
I
would. If you looked into the statistics of condom usage to pregnancies, and it was anything less, it is less than 100. Does this not kind of give evidence to what
it's
I'm
like
saying right
99.9? You ever see like what is it like the Lysol?
I don't think condoms are that much.
It's really high. It's really high.
Maybe you throw that Google that just and see like I'm not just gonna believe
condom
whatever it says, but
failure rate. Let me look here.
Because my parents always told me like condoms are only 80% effect or something like that, so
I don't believe
but I don't know
this number. Oh my God. Apparently it's pretty high. Let me see.
I think it could be shocked, man.
Hold on. So it says here that hold on. Let me make that bigger. Fucking what is going on? Hold on, give me a sec. Just give me a sec. So apparently condoms, it says, according to the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, male condoms have a failure rate of 11 to 16%. That is, from 11 to 16 women you would expect to get pregnant within 1 year if 100 women and their partners relying solely on male condoms for birth control. Dude, that is completely opposite. I had sex with my girlfriend on a daily basis, and I just used condoms for years on end. Years. Not a single condom broke on me, bro. Not a single one. I don't know. Maybe I'm just got a little penis or something.
I am not sure how the science of it works, but all I'm saying is like if I were giving advice to my kids, like I would be using a combination of multiple birth control methods.
I would say just wear a fucking condom, dude. I'm telling you.
Having sex.
Male condoms work. Yeah. And honestly, like, hold on, let me see here. And just to be clear, right? You're buying latex condoms, right? You're not buying like any weird, like lambskin.
Mine are sandpaper, bro. No, of course, yeah, they're latex, yeah.
So then why would the condom break? I don't believe. Yeah,
I don't know the science. I can tell you though that it happens completely honestly. But even if it's a user error, that is accounted for in the use of condoms. You know what I mean? As a preventative measure.
Apparently, I'm really, really good at using condoms. I guess because
it's a skill.
Trust me, it wasn't rocket science. It was just I just put the condom on and went to town, and that was it. I was like, all right.
Sure.
I mean, that's what I did. That was it. Anyway.
Yeah, sure. So
consent to sex is not consent to pregnancy. I'm just going to tell you that right now.
Does this discovery about how I'm going to be nice with my word language, how stupid people are, does that influence how you view this relationship between sex and pregnancy?
No, it doesn't. No. I feel it's
Why
the same
not?
because there's a lot of different ways that you can. I mean, I guess another thing that has helped is the fact that my girlfriend was on the morning after pill. I'm sorry, not the morning after pill. It is a hormone control medication that
Yeah.
would allow her to have less heavy periods, which is
Yes.
effectively an anti-pregnancy
Yeah.
pill. Yeah.
Yeah, so you can do a lot of stuff, but the end of the day is I think that the way that I've been taught, now this might be Republican propaganda, right? But that every single preventative measure has at least some amount of error that should be accounted for. And the only way to prevent it is not to choose to not have sex, but is to literally not
Right.
have sex.
The
If that makes sense.
an oral contraceptive is far more successful than a condom.
Yes.
Like if you are properly taking an oral contraceptive and you're taking it every day, provided you're not missing a day,
That should be accounted for too, as well, by the way.
I guess, but I'm just saying, like, if you are
Yeah.
taking an oral contraceptive, less than very, very, very tiny failure rate. In fact, the failure rate is so tiny. I remember that this happened to one of my friends. She was in her 50s at the time that she was telling this story. She said that she was on and taking properly an oral contraceptive, and she somehow got pregnant. It was such a big deal that there were dozens of scientists doing experiments on her to try to figure out what could have possibly have happened.
Yeah.
Like it was that serious. They were like, no, that's not possible. That can't happen.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, and that's why I think that the framing of pro-lifers when they say this is the possibility of pregnancy, because the only way to not get pregnant consensually is to never have sex.
But it's fair to say, right? If you're getting into a car, that's not a consent to getting into a car crash, right?
That's why I try not to use the word consent. The only reason why I use the word consent is because it's like a bumper sticker, right? But I think that what's happening is something probably greater than consent. It's just like a universal effect of sex is that you cannot prevent in the same way that I would say that by not getting in your car, you are preventing a car crash. Now,
Also,
you're not
not sure
preventing
you
a car
can
running
absolutely
into
get into
you.
a car crash. You're gonna...
I don't think so, because I think a car
Yeah,
running
you
into
can.
is a
You can
different
walk
thing,
down the
right?
street, car, boom. That's it. You could be in your house and a car just careens through your wall. How the hell do you know?
I feel like we're talking about a different thing,
right.
but I get what you're saying. But conceptually, what I'm trying to say is that uniquely with sex, there's no way to get pregnant, unlike any other thing, because technically you are always at risk of getting into a car accident because it involves the agency of another person.
All right, you want to know the ultimate
effect
contraceptive?
of sex is the agency of like the universe or God or something.
Yeah. Well, you want to know the ultimate contraceptive? 100%. 100% it works.
Being a YouTube and Twitch streamer?
No, you got to get to gold in League of Legends.
Yeah, dude. Hey, dude.
You get the golden up, you will not be getting anybody pregnant.
Don't check my dude. I've been cramming arena on League right now. Don't even try. Don't even try, bro. That is true, though. That is true. The body odor will get the women out of your house, bro. That is true.
Nothing
That
red
is
flags
true.
a girl more than I'm good at League of Legends.
Yeah, dude. We hide that shit. We don't talk about that, dude. We say that we play like FIFA or
All right.
something.
Well, I was trying to get out of this. I wanted to see like, all right, what can I do to improve my argument? Because it sounded like you had some ideas, but it doesn't sound like that there's a huge difference between us both. So I guess
I would say like at our end goal, I don't think there's a huge difference, but I do not argue autonomy. Like I don't bring it up until I've fully convinced the other person. And so far it's done me pretty well. I think that the problem with autonomy is that if you aren't addressing like the underlying wrongness of either committing an abortion or not committing an abortion, you're just going to be talking past each other, which was the theme of my whole review of that video, is that the two people were talking right past each other, because Taylor was trying to ask you about what makes abortion wrong, and she was using personhood as a proxy for this, and you kind of didn't engage in that until about 45 minutes into the video, when you started to talk about when abortion is wrong, which kind of threw her that bone that she was kind of begging for you. So I do disagree with the use of autonomy if you haven't done the work first. I do disagree with that.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you have any thoughts about this.
The way that I look at abortion is kind of complicated, and as a result, like, there's a lot of preamble that I kind of have to walk somebody through so they understand like where I'm coming at with it, and that might be how you're perceiving like a disconnect. And I've had discussions with Taylor before. I mean, she's not the worst faith person that I've talked with, but there are some pretty bad faith people. Like, they will never concede on an argument despite being blatantly wrong about something.
Yeah, and that's very true. I actually thought that Taylor was very respectable, and that might have just been because she didn't do a good enough job at getting at the argument, so maybe she had a bunch of secret, like, dishonest shit that she was about to, like, throw at you, but, like, you did a good job of preventing it or something like that. Maybe that's a possibility. But I thought Taylor was very respectable in that conversation. I disagreed with her, but I thought that she was pretty honest.
Yeah.
But I get what you're saying. I've been struggling with it on the other end too. So maybe I need to incorporate some autonomy stuff, because when you talk about harms and suffering, you will get some of the craziest, like, people talking about harming the environment. And
Why
is that really?
Why is harm bad? Why is it? You can't predicate harm without God.
Yes. Oh, and that's the other thing too.
Fucking douchebag pre-suppers, and I'm like, bro, dude, seriously, we gotta do this pre-sup bullshit. Ugh.
Yeah, it's absolutely unbearable. So I get it. You can kind of like circumvent the unskippable cutscenes, but I do think that it comes off as dishonest from a pro-choice framework. And so I don't know. I'm not sure. Like, I understand the strategy, but I guess I'm kind of repeating the point here. So, but yeah, I thought the argument was good. I dislike the autonomy for autonomy's sake in general, I think.
All right. Well,
yeah, that's about all I had, dude.
All right, I appreciate it. I'd like to shout you out. Let me pull up, what's your YouTube channel?
Oh, yeah, Spotlight with Elijah Moore. I do a lot of interviews. I do a new guest every single week, interviews. Yeah. Recently, I've been trying to cultivate a TikTok presence, so I've been doing a lot of abortion stuff, and I've done a lot of tabling, and I've done a lot of abortion.
Can I just say, I cannot do TikTok properly. I have tried to get followers on TikTok. I can't get anything. Zero traction.
I don't know how. I've been kind of going like try hard mode, to where every video is like an edited. I will grab, like, getting the attention span. There's no ums. I have to edit out every single silence.
I've already done that. I've done that. I have that. Do you want to see my TikTok? Look, I'll show you.
Yeah, I don't know. I have 1,000 followers. I am not a guru on TikTok. So.
Dude, if I could get 1,000 followers, I'd be so happy, bro. I would be so happy. I can't get
I'm not
any.
Sure.
Dude, look at all my videos. Is fucking 0 views, 0 views, 0 views, 0 views. I cannot get any response, no matter what I do.
Follow me on TikTok, and I'll look at some of your stuff.
What is it?
It's spotlight.Elijah Moore, maybe, or spotlight_Elijah.Moore, or something like that. But I'll message you if I see anything.
I'll follow you on TikTok. Yeah, look at you. You got like a crap ton, and you're in. What is this? It's all like abortion stuff. So yeah, you're not getting. You're not getting flagged, but look, take a look. You could see I never liked that church mentality.
Can you screen share? Are you on your computer?
And, yeah. I gotta share my screen. Hold on. Entire screen. That's not it.
I'm gonna see like porn or something. No, I am so scared to throw stuff on this
like that. Besides, you'd be like, "Whoa, that's some sick porn."
Yeah, it's just videos of you. That's how your condoms break, bro.
All right, hold on. I don't know what the hell happened to my stream here. Hold on, give me a moment. I'll forget it. We're just gonna leave it as is. I'm gonna stop streaming.
That's fine.
It's
That's
like
fine.
higher. They got that.
Here we go.
Look at this. Look at this. I never liked that church mentality. They just come in, and they're just like higher. They got that weird look in their eye, bro. This creepy look. I don't know how to describe it, but it's like this type of church eye. Let me see if I can find what I'm talking about. Hold on. Let me see here. I don't know. Maybe I'm just too cynical. Maybe they're just smiling. They're just like.
This is
Hi.
true, by the way.
Welcome to our church. It's so good to have you here.
Dude, they are like
Please
the emptiest
have a
people on the
seat.
planet.
It is weird, like the way that they. Anyway, like look, like don't you see? I'm going full try hard.
Yeah.
And I'm making good content, and I get 0. I don't understand. I don't know what to do to make the activity happen. And then people are like, "Oh, you gotta like go onto other people's TikTok, and you gotta talk on their TikTok." And then I'm like, I hate it. I hate doing it. It's such a pain in the ass.
Here's the only piece of advice I can give just from watching that video is the attention span of people on TikTok is like a millisecond. It's actually so bad. And so if your first millisecond isn't begging them to watch by telling them exactly what's going to happen in this video, they will not watch it. And so like you having the gaming on the top kind of like confuses people because they don't know if we're talking about the game. Are we talking about church people? If you don't have a caption that says, listen, this is about church, then like people aren't going to watch. Like dude, it's so bad to try to fight for people's attention. You have to be so autistic about it. Like it has to be so direct. If you aren't spelling it out in the first second, then you can't really gain an audience of people just because, you know, they don't know exactly what's going to happen. And I can only make abortion videos. If I try to do something else, like I tried to do TV show hot takes and it got like 100 views. Like it's, if you have to one trick, you have to main one argument.
I get 0 views on TikTok, bro. 0. I had a fucking discussion with Rachel Wilson, and I got like 50. I was like,
what?
I was like, I don't know how to break into this. I have no idea what I'm doing. Look, watch here. There's one that I had with Rachel Wilson. I got like 50 views, and I'm like, why? Why is it like this?
You talked to Andrew Wilson too, right?
Yeah.
Gosh, that's
Yeah,
a try
I
not
have.
to kill yourself challenge. I could not imagine that, dude.
Yeah.
I can't stand that guy. But
Yeah, he's awful.
I'll check it out and I'll engage with your stuff. and
Give
I'll
me
let
a
you know.
shout out or something. Like, fuck.
Yeah,
man.
dude. I'm
I'll
probably
give
gonna
you a
post
shout
this
out on
conversation.
YouTube. I do a lot better on YouTube. A lot more people they're watching on YouTube. So
Yeah, sure. No, we'll engage some more. I like your stuff. I like your style. This conversation has been really good. So check out my stuff at Spotlight with Elijah Moore, but I will definitely do what I can. I'm going to post this
Appreciate
on
it.
my channel too. So, but yeah, it was good talking to you, man. I'll keep
sounds
in touch.
good.
Okay.
You have a great day. Bye-bye.
All right. See you. You too.
That was a discussion with Elijah, everybody. All right. Now, where were we? Oh yeah, we were playing some Zelda and watching the stream. Let's do more of that. Let's take a look. All right, Afro Man testimony. Let's go. I'm ready for some Afro Man.
For 20 or 30 years, is that right?
All my life.
All right. And is it fair to say that one of the first big hits you had was But Then I Got High?
Because I got high.
Because I Got High? And do you think it's accurate to say that that song has had over 300 million views on YouTube?
Sounds right.
You have a large presence on social media, obviously, correct?
Depends on your definition of large. There's bigger people than me, but I'm all right.
And on Instagram, is it fair to say that you have 247,000 followers?
Yeah, I just got some of them the other day.
You got new ones coming all the time
Yes, not all the time, just here lately.
because the trial's coming up?
Yeah, all the publicity from the officers lawsuing me is running up my numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Based.
And on YouTube, you have almost 1 million followers, 983,000. Is that right?
I haven't looked. It was 977 last time I looked.
And on TikTok, you have about 392,000 followers.
I haven't looked in it, but that sounds kind of right.
You know when you post something that a lot of people are going to see it, don't you?
Yes.
When this search happened back in August of 2022, Mr. Foreman, you weren't at home?
No.
You were driving home from Chicago?
Yes.
And you got an alert from a family member that the sheriffs were there searching your home, is that right?
Yes.
And you were able to turn on your phone and watch through your home security system what the deputies were doing for a period of time, weren't you?
Yes.
And is it fair to say you were angry and upset about this search?
I wasn't happy.
And is that
Imagine, like, as the defense, like, the prosecutor, the defense shows up, the state prosecutor, and then the state shows up, and then they see the guy that they have to try against is a guy who's like in nothing but an American flag garb. They're like, fuck, dude. I think we underestimated this guy's power level. His power level is showing.
that why you posted the things we've seen this week, because you weren't happy?
No, I posted it because the sheriff's never supposed to raid in my house in the first place. The whole raid was a mistake. All of this is their fault. If they hadn't wrongly raided my house, there would be no lawsuit. I would not know their names. They wouldn't be on my body. They wouldn't be on my home surveillance system. And there would be no songs, nothing. My money would still be intact, nothing. So all of this is their fault.
And because they executed a search warrant on your home, that gave you the right to post the things that we've seen this week on the internet?
Because
Is that right? Is that right, Mr. Foreman?
yes, for
Yes.
tearing down my door, not paying for it, not being apologetic, me being a sport, doing something peaceful to raise the money to pay for their damages, me having the right of the freedom of speech as an American to talk to my family, friends, and fans about what the sheriffs did to my home. Yes, I had the right to my freedom of speech. After they left, I had the right to kick the can and to do what I had to do to repair the damage they brought to my house. Yes, I did.
That includes the right to post the videos that you've just been posting up until Friday and beyond, right?
Yes, I have freedom of speech. I'm a rapper. I entertain. I write fiction, comedy. Yes, I mean, I
This
entertain
guy.
for a living like you practice law for a living. So I have to go to work.
What a fucking Chad, dude. This dude don't give a fuck, bro.
The deputies left a warrant return at your house, didn't they?
I think they left something with my ex-wife. I'm not sure.
Well, you saw, as soon as the search was over, as soon as you got home, you saw a document that showed exactly how much cash had been taken from the house, correct?
I know I got paid $5,000 for the show that suit was in. I forgot that money was in that suit. But, I heard, I don't know what piece of paper I heard. I knew they took some money. I just knew they took some money. I knew it was 4,000-ish. I knew they took some money and they seized some money and some weed and some I don't know what else, just minor stuff.
You knew how much money was in that pocket when you came home and saw the warrant return, didn't you?
It was $5,000 from back when I did that show. I remember it was but anyway.
So is it your testimony that they actually took $5,000 instead of
No, I just know,
$4,390?
I know when I did that show, it was with Snoop Dogg and Wiz Khalifa at Red Rocks in Denver. The balance of that show, for me, they sent in a deposit, but the balance was $5,000. I put the $5,000 in my coat pocket. I got drunk, I got high, and I forgot to get that money, and I hung that suit back up. And that's where they got that money from.
So it was $5,000 they got?
Yes. It was $5,000 that was in my suit when I got paid in Red Rocks. Now, after all of this stuff, you know, whatever, it's I don't really know the complete number. It's 46, it's 430, the number bounces up and down. But all I know is I got paid $5,000 at the Red Rocks with Snoop Dogg and Wiz Khalifa when I played the Red Rocks in Denver.
And you got $4,000 returned, right?
I don't know the exact amount.
Well, you were there with the news when you got it.
Right, and the lady at the sheriff's station admitted that the sheriff was short.
Damn,
You
bro.
can go watch the 19.
Damn.
You knew when you saw the warrant return, didn't you, that the amount that they were saying was taken was actually more money than was in that suit pocket.
I didn't warrant.
That's why you brought the news to the sheriff's office when you got the money back, because you knew that they had miscounted the money and the number on the evidence bag was actually more
I didn't know
money.
nothing. The lady at the sheriff department just volunteered the information. I was sitting there, you know, if she had been, I might not even known I got ripped off. She admitted it live on Channel 19 News that the money wasn't right.
You remember in your deposition when I asked you why did you bring the news when you picked up the money?
Yeah, I didn't want to get beat up or Epstein at the sheriff's station after I seen him running around my house.
Bro just said I didn't want to get beat up or Epstein, bro. Bro. I didn't want to get beat up or Epstein. What would have happened if I got Epstein? That's wild. That's a wild thing to say.
To make sure I got out of that place with my money.
You brought the news to protect you physically.
Yeah.
I don't want to get beat up or Epstein.
There was a miscount and you were going to make.
I didn't know nothing about the
hay out of
discount.
it.
I didn't know. I figured they stole my
God.
money. They turned my cameras off. So if you turn my cameras off, you must got something bad in mind. So yeah, I'm accusing them of it. You know, they turned my cameras off. I can't see what they're doing.
So your testimony under oath here today to these 10 jurors is that you brought the news when you picked up your money to protect you physically from being beat up or shot by the sheriffs, right?
Yes.
All right.
And they volunteered the information that the money wasn't right. That's just an extra something we found out. But I came with my attorney and the news to make sure the people running around my house with guns didn't take me into jail and do something.
You had a safe in your home, correct?
2 of them.
2 safes. Did the sheriffs look into those safes to your knowledge?
Yes, they did.
The deputies?
Yes.
And how did they get the combination?
I gave it to my ex-wife so the sheriffs wouldn't pull my safe out the floor, take it to the station and put something in it and try to say that whatever they put in my safe was mine. So I went ahead and gave my ex-wife, who I didn't want to give my combination to, it was just safer. I went ahead and gave her my combination so they could open up the safe and realize that they just vandalized somebody that don't even have nothing in the safe.
And do you know what was in those safes?
It was absolutely nothing in the safes.
Don't you keep jewelry in those safes?
No.
Didn't you tell me that in your deposition that you keep jewelry in those safes?
I do.
Was anything missing from the safes when you got home after the search?
I didn't put nothing in the safes.
Was anything missing from the safes when you got home?
No.
Nothing was in them, so nothing was missing from the safe.
You talked to Randy Walters on the phone before you got home that evening during the search, or right afterwards, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
He told you that they were taking some money and some vape pens and a small amount of marijuana. He told you that.
Yes, sir.
You knew, didn't you, Mr. Foreman, that there had been an investigation by the Claremont County Sheriff's Office into the discrepancy about the cash that was missing from your home, correct? You knew there was an investigation.
Yeah, I knew the sheriffs was investigating themselves.
Oh, that's how you said it.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, I knew that they were investigating themselves. It is such a, like, this is like one of those things where I never understood why there isn't like a third party independent investigation anytime there's like an instance of like, I don't know, police officer malfeasance or misconduct on behalf of police officers, rather than it go to like a separate like entity. It's like they're all in like collusion with each other, where they're just like, oh yeah, we investigated, we found nothing of wrongdoing. It's like, okay, bro, like fuck off.
And did you ever ask for a report so you could see how bad this investigation of themselves really was?
Yes, I was trying to get involved any way I can. The investigation was going on without any of my participation.
Did you ask for a copy of the report?
I did. I asked for everything. I was trying to be involved. I didn't.
So you've seen the report?
No, I have not.
Okay.
I just saw it a few minutes ago.
Well, you had an attorney when you got the cash returned, correct?
At the station?
Yes.
I had attorney. Yeah, my attorney was present.
Did your attorney ask for a copy of this report?
It wasn't in it. When I got my cash back from the station, it wasn't an investigation until we realized money was missing.
Well, did you contact your attorney and say, hey, get me a copy of that report?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. Well, Mr. Klingler wants to talk about his client's attorney-client privilege in maybe way, but Mr. Foreman does have attorney-client privilege with his attorney at that time. And we are going to assert that privilege because it's a privilege he has of right.
And so far, he hasn't asked anything privileged. So I appreciate the sensitivity. By
the way, the judge in this case, super biased against he's very much in favor of the police officers in this case. He's been like on every single instance of like questioning, been pushing down verifiable objections and crap. But you know, it is what it is. You kind of have to roll with the punches when it comes to the judge. You can't really like fuck with them. So, but yeah, I mean, this is just an example of just biased as fuck judge.
Overrule the objection. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Your testimony is you never saw a copy of Detective Robinson's report until today.
Yes, sir.
And that's because you didn't want to see a copy of the investigation.
I did want to see. You don't know what I want. I did want to see it.
You did.
I wanted everything that had something to do with my money coming.
And that was 3.5 years ago, correct? And you haven't seen a copy of that report that you wanted to see until this afternoon. Is that right?
That's right. I never had my money taken by cops. I didn't know how this go. I don't know about reports. All I know is live on Fox 19 News, the lady admits that her department is short $400 of my money. That's all I know. I don't know how to investigate police officers taking money.
That's all you know, and that's all you know today, isn't it? That's the whole basis of your claim that your money was stolen, is that the amount of money that was in the bags is different from the amount of money that was written on the bag.
Yeah, my whole thing is they never should have raided me in the first place.
That's your whole thing.
That's my whole thing. That's my whole thing. If they never would have showed up, there would be no songs about them. I wouldn't know who they are. Their faces would not be on my video cameras. None of this, we wouldn't be in this room right now if they hadn't raided my house and didn't press no charges, didn't even know what they was doing. This whole thing is their fault, and they're suing me for their mistake.
And so you don't really care if they stole your money or not. You're just mad
I
about
do
what they
care
did.
about if they stole them.
But
Police officers shouldn't be stealing the civilians' money. So I do care. All of it is an outrage. This whole thing is an outrage.
You have no evidence that they took your money except for the amount on the bag isn't the same as the amount.
How about the lady admitting that she took?
Could you answer my?
She admitted that she took my money on live Fox 19 News. Go argue with the film clip.
No.
Go argue with her admitting that she took my money.
Nobody.
Bruh, this is so wild. What a wild case this is, bro.
That the bag is short.
Absolutely wild.
All weekend long or 2 weeks after Brian and Officer Cooley just left it and just mishandled it and didn't do it right.
Just so we're honest with the jury here, Mr. Foreman, nobody admitted that they took your money, did they?
They admitted it was short.
Yes. Nobody admitted that they took your money. Correct?
It was short. She admitted, she said that it was short. And usually it's 10, 5, $2 missing. How does $400 even come up missing? Odd.
Yeah, how does $400 come up missing?
You posted videos about Brian Newland doing hard.
Secondly, like it is a very neglectful move to have two separate police officers count it, come up with different numbers, and not recount. They're like, oh, it's different numbers. Okay. Bye. Like, could you dude, I'm telling you, I worked at Taco Bell, dude. You would get sent home for the day for that shit. They'd be like, no, dude, what? You're short like $5? What? They would have like 5 people checking the security cameras, and here they are, police officers of the law, totally neglectful in what they have taken from Afro Man. That is so wild to me.
Drugs and snitching on his friend, and you posted those based on rumors, didn't you? We can look at your deposition, but before you argue with me, but isn't that a fact that you made those allegations based on rumors you said you heard?
It's a fact. William Newland is a convicted pedophile, and Brian Newland is his brother. After I zeroed in on Brian, I asked about him. Come to find out, he's a large statutory rapist that has sex with all kind of underage girls. He buys them beers and gets them drunk and all kind. That's probably the reason he had to leave the Adams County Sheriff Department, because he beats up his wife and he messed with underage girls, and he had to get out of town and go get a job in Norwood.
All right. You don't want to answer my question.
I do. Please ask another one.
Let me ask this one again.
Dude, that dude just cooked. He just cooked that guy. It was just like, no, please ask another one. Bro.
Get an answer. Do you remember in your deposition when I asked you, you have no reason to think these rumors about Brian Newland are true, do you? And you said, well, it's more entertaining if it's true, and I can make some money. Do you remember that?
No, I don't. That's a however long that deposition was. You can read the deposition and it tells you what I said.
Do we have a copy, another copy of that? Because I'll show it to you, and I can show you my copy. Refresh your recollection.
You're going to refresh his recollection.
It's Thank you, Judge. If I can get it working here.
Your Honor, I would object to using the screen to refresh his recollection. That's publishing it to the jury. If he wants to refresh his recollection, he can show him it and then ask him a question, much how we would do in criminal law with a police report. If an officer didn't remember, we wouldn't show the report. We would show it to the officer. He would refresh his memory by reading it, and then we'd re-ask the question.
Do it that way. Just make sure you think he reads it right. I'm just trying to get through the verbiage. Just make sure you think he reads it right. Otherwise, I have to wrestle with you about whether he read it right.
Sure.
So just read it. And then if we want to move it as an exhibit, you can do that.
Remember your deposition being taken, Mr. Foreman, in your attorney's office on September 3rd, 2024.
I remember the deposition.
And that deposition was taken in DJ Osborne's office?
Yes, sir.
That's the same office that you used to film that video that we saw last night with the actor playing Lieutenant Lisa Phillips, and that actor was sitting in the same chair that Lisa Phillips sat in during her deposition, wasn't she?
Yeah, the actor played Lisa because I wouldn't have known her if she hadn't came to my house and cut off my camera.
Yeah, right.
Right.
That's the office we're talking about, and that's the office where I took your deposition, right?
Yes, sir.
And in that deposition, I'm referring to page 84 of the deposition. I had asked you about...
Jack, he's testifying.
No, he's using his deposition to refresh his memory. He's doing it right, so sit down, please. Go ahead.
Did I ask you this question, and did you give me these answers, Mr. Foreman? Question. Would it be fair to say these are rumors? Answer. You know, Stephanie said it, and you know, some other people that don't remember, you know, I'd be in a hurry in Walmart or something, they shake my hand, yeah, Brian used to do this, used to do that. Then something, I didn't know him, but this is what I've heard. Question. You don't have any particular reason to think that it's true or not true, right? Answer. Well, it's more entertaining if it is true, and I could probably make some money and capitalize on it if it's true.
What are the line numbers?
Starting with line 7 and ending with line 21.
Right.
Did I ask you those questions and you give me those answers?
I don't remember. That was a long time ago. But
But that's my question.
I've always
Thank you.
put Brian Newland next to his brother. So that's my basis, and I've always...
We noticed that.
Yeah.
And your attorney's going to be able to ask you whatever questions he wants. Right now, I'd like you to focus on my questions, Mr. Foreman. You have no evidence that Brian Newland ever molested little boys, do you?
If you look at the picture, he's holding the little boy's butt. It's too much for me. So
Bro. I cannot believe that this is a trial. I cannot believe this is a trial. Shifty says, bro, the super chat is not working. Is it not working? Sometimes if you do not, if it, like there's certain like links and stuff that don't work, like it gives you trouble if you engage with that in like links and stuff. I've had situations, try changing the message and it may work.
use your eyeballs, and then his brother's a convicted pedophile.
That's your evidence for posting that pedophile stuff about little boys.
I'm trying to figure out what kind of guy is kicking on my door. What kind of guy is walking around my house reading my bank statements? It's a dude that's possibly a pedophile, got a convicted pedophile brother, deputized by the sheriff, walking around possibly stealing my money. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on as I zoom in with my cameras. That's not the type of guy I don't think should be on the police force.
I'm going to refer you again to your deposition. If you don't trust my reading of it, I'm happy to give it to you, Mr. Foreman.
Let's see. 50 says no links, but I do have the word death in there. Go ahead. I bet you if you change the verbiage, it'll work.
Page 98 of your deposition on that same day. Beginning at 9/11, did I ask you this question and did you give me this answer? And again, the only evidence, you don't have any evidence that Brian Newland is a pedophile or plays with little boys. Answer, no, sir. Did I ask you that question? Did you give me that answer?
I don't remember.
Also, by the way, like I'm pretty sure and I'm interested in how this, maybe I missed something, but I had watched this entire thing, at least so far from day one to so far of what you guys have seen of day 2. I've watched all of it. I think all that's left is day 3. It's the final day. And I was looking at the evidence, and the only instance of him calling them a pedophile was actually in reference to his brother, which his brother was a convicted pedophile. Now, I don't know if, hey, we got 50. It looks like it is working. 50 says, imagine a magic wand that gives you all the physical effects of pregnancy for 9 months. Pain, permanent body changes, risk of labor. And the only way to block them is tapping you with the wand is lethal. With the wand is lethal force. Jesus. That's wild. I don't know what to say. I mean, like I've always had a lot of sympathy towards women that have to undergo pregnancy. It's extremely painful. It's very difficult to go through. And, you know, I don't think we give enough credit in a situation like that, or like we kind of presume like, oh, you have to have that baby. And it's like, it's really kind of a lot to do that, you know? So I really just think that it should be up to a woman, not up to some Supreme Court judge or a politician 100 or 1,000 miles away. It just makes no sense. Anyway, here's the, back to this. Yeah. So if I'm not mistaken, from the videos that I watched, and they were playing like a few of the music videos, the music video doesn't actually label the guy as a pedophile. It just says his pedophile brother. But I don't know. Maybe there's additional evidence that I haven't seen.
7, ending with line 14 on page 98.
And thank you very much, 50, for the $10 donation. That's very, very nice of you. I appreciate that very much.
You have
I really
no
do.
evidence that Lisa Phillips stole your money, do you?
I know if she hadn't raided my house, we wouldn't be having this conversation. Nor a lawsuit or nothing. They never should have been at my house.
Since you're not going to answer my question, I'm going to go back to your deposition again, Mr. Foreman, page 102.
Your Honor, if I may, can I just enter a continuing objection so I don't have to object every time he does the deposition?
No, it's too important, so please be specific. Thank you.
So I would enter a notation of objection at this point. He is now testifying for the witness. He is no longer refreshing his recollection.
I'll be sensitive to that, so you can rephrase, I'll sustain that. You made the conclusion you didn't have memory, so you've got to go back and fix that.
All right, Judge, I will. Thank you. Do you remember telling me in your deposition, Mr. Foreman, that you don't have any evidence that Lisa Phillips stole your money?
Yeah, she cut off the cameras, but I didn't know who took them. So, for all the officers was a suspect at first, because I didn't know where. After the deposition, I realized that Brian Newland was in charge of the money, and I knew where to focus everything. But at first, all the cops was a suspect, especially after they cut off my cameras, and I couldn't see what they were doing.
All right. Well, so you don't remember? Is that what you're telling me?
I remember telling you that Lisa, probably didn't take my money, but I just didn't know. I just knew it was missing, and they cut off my cameras, so all of them were suspects.
By the way, he called Lisa. This is the deep voiced female cop. He called them Lisa, lick 'em low, Lisa. Talking about how Lisa is a lesbian. Listen. I would have way more sympathy for these cops if it weren't for the fact that they went out of their way to harass Afro Man. That is the only protectorate that I have towards Afro Man. Otherwise, I would have been appalled by the things Afro Man said about poor Lisa. She's just got like a deep voice, and he was just like, he's probably saying that Lisa's got a bigger dick, referencing that they're likely trans, when really they just have a deep voice. Like, that's just all it is. She has a vagina. But it's just, yeah, I'm sorry. I give all permission for Afroman. Afroman is well within his in the right here, despite the fact that it was a bit of a homophobic insult, but it's pretty funny.
Until I figured it out.
So until you figured it out.
Until everybody figured it out, until it was solved of where the missing money was.
All right. So just to clear this up and move on, you admit that you don't have any evidence that Lisa Phillips stole your money.
No. But I know if she wasn't there in the first place, we wouldn't be having this conversation.
Bro, he's so pissed off.
And is it true that one of your big motivation, really, in making all of these posts...
Base got Flash, he says, Amender has awarded Afroman the T-word pass.
To pay for the damage that they brought to my house under the circumstance that they shouldn't have even been there in the first place.
Okay. So the answer to my question is yes, your motivation was to make money.
To pay for the damages that they brought to my house under the circumstances that they shouldn't have been there in the first place.
Have you made enough yet to make up for it?
Not really. You know.
How much have you made on it?
I don't know exactly, but it wasn't hardly $24,000.
$24,000.
It wasn't that. It wasn't that.
You're still making money on today, right? With the new posts and advertisements and things.
Publicity.
You're still selling merchandise, aren't you?
No, publicity. Just me. Just everybody. Thanks to them bringing publicity to this, it's just an opportunity to run numbers up and be an entertainer.
Bruh.
And the more lies, outrageous lies you tell about them, the more money you can make, right?
Fact. They never should have came to my house in the first place. Fact. If they hadn't have came to my house, they wouldn't have put themselves on the video camera and in my music career. All of this is their fact. All of this is their fault, and they have the audacity to sue me. These people and you are the predators and the victim at the same time.
So what they did, searching your house, gave you the right to do everything you
Under the circumstance that I got freedom of speech, after they run around my house with guns and kick down my door, I got the right to kick a can in my backyard, use my freedom of speech, turn my bad times into a good time. Yes, I do. And I think I'm a sport for doing so, because I don't go to their house, kick down their doors, flip them off on their surveillance cameras, then try to play the victim and sue them.
You were at Lisa Phillips's deposition, correct?
Yes, sir.
In your lawyer's office?
Yes, sir.
Same office where you filmed part of that video last Friday?
Yes, sir.
And you saw how upset she was when she was answering your lawyer's questions about how this had affected her, right?
Yes, yes.
And you saw your attorney say, do we need to take a break?
Yes.
And you saw her say, no, let's go on and get this over with.
Yes, sir.
You saw all that.
Yes.
You knew she was upset.
Just like she knew I was upset when she was standing in front of my kids with an AR-15 with her hand around the trigger ready to shoot me. Just like she knew I was upset when she cut my cameras. But I'm not a person. She is. So I'm sorry for being a victim. Let's talk about the predators.
Okay. So
Bro.
you saw all that. You saw how upset
Holy
she was.
crap.
You heard the testimony about her children. You heard the testimony at the depositions about
Holy
Randy
shit,
Newman's
dude.
daughter, who
Afro
came
Man
home
is
upset.
cooking.
You heard all that. But you're still posting stuff about
Yeah,
it.
because I understand it was Randy's fault and all of their fault for coming in my house in the first place. So if they hadn't came to my house, their children wouldn't be saying nothing. None of this would be going home if they did their research and did things right. So all of this is their fault. And now they want to sue me for their mistake.
Is there anything that could change your mind about what you're doing to these deputies?
Is there anything that can change my mind about the
Yeah,
fact
give me
that they
my
shouldn't
money
have been
back.
in my house in the first place? Is there anything that can change my mind about how my money shouldn't have been touched in the first place? No.
Bro.
That's all the questions I have.
Yo, Afro Man
You're
is so based, bro. He's so based. He don't give a fuck, bro. I'm so here for it. I am here for it. Fuck these cops, bro. Fuck these cops.
Continue the direct examination of your client now.
Your Honor, I was going to actually ask for a sidebar so we can talk about that.
Okay, so let's just talk about it.
Okay, so I was actually going to not do cross with Mr. Foreman this time. I was going to hold off until our case in chief.
Yeah, I just offered you the chance to do that. So do you want to do your direct examination on your case in chief right now?
Not right now, Your Honor.
Like the pogo stick of witnesses up and down is what I was talking about. If he testifies on his own direct case, it could be now or it could be later. I just gave the lawyer a chance to do it now or later. He said later. So you'll likely see Mr. Foreman again. This was an examination on the plaintiff's case. You get a chance to hear his testimony on his case. There's your explanation. Thanks, Mr. Foreman. You can stand up.
Plaintiffs rest subject to the admission of all our exhibits, Judge.
Okay, thank you. We'll deal with the exhibits on a break. Who do you have?
I have no one ready. All my people were subpoenaed to be ready tomorrow. I will have to call them to get them here in the morning.
Don't research, don't think, don't talk. Ruminate in your own mind, maybe, but it can't be any farther than that. The admonition we talked about previously about deliberating as a group and thinking collectively is still in play, and you can't look at anything on.
All right, so it looks like that was okay, so now we have trial day 3 and the verdict for this trial. So hell yeah, let's go.
Play some of Mr. Foreman's music from time to time.
They do.
You've worked with kids for how long?
30 years.
You've got into the mind of kids pretty well.
Yes.
When they would play Mr. Foreman's song Lemon Pound Cake, did they take that as a literal fact from your...
The lemon pound cake. Bro, I wish I could play the song. You guys got to Google the lemon pound cake song. Let me see. Hold on. Maybe I can get away with it a little bit. Hold on. All right. Maybe if I play like... Here, I'll tell you what. I'm just going to link it for you guys. And you guys can watch it yourselves. Don't click off of my video. Just play it to the side or something. Like, don't click off of my video. But the lemon pound cake video is so fucking funny.
Observations?
No.
Were they laughing and joking about it?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Are you familiar with the song...
Basically, to break it down, the lemon pound cake video was like, there was like a fat guy. One of the fat cops was, he was like eyeballing the lemon pound cake on the kitchen table. And he was like, man, he really wants some of that lemon pound cake. And it just was fucking hilarious. It really is very funny. It's a funny moment where he's just like staring. And so ever since then, the cop had been called Lemon Pound Cake.
WAP.
I think I've heard
sorry,
it.
no, strike that. I'm going to give you the complete song and then summarize it because I only want to say it once. Are you familiar with the song Wet Ass Pussy?
Yes,
Is that a rap song?
it is.
Has your students played it in class?
Once, and I asked them to please turn it off.
When they were listening to it, did they think that was fact?
No,
So they didn't think that that was depicting anything in real life?
no.
So you didn't have to teach them that wasn't real?
Right. No, I did not.
You've heard the song, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Do you believe it's a literal interpretation?
No.
Would you agree it's derogatory towards women?
No.
Even though it says nasty things about them?
Yeah. No. I mean, it's the artist's opinion, I guess. That's the way I feel.
Maybe not an opinion you like, but...
Yeah.
Your Honor, if I may have one.
Go ahead.
So, Ms. Grooms, has Mr. Foreman's posts about Sean or any of the general posts about the Adams County Sheriff's Department as a whole affected your life any at all?
No.
Would you believe it would have affected your life while you were married to Sean?
If it had any effect, I guess that would be the time it would have an effect.
But as his spouse, you would have expected it?
Yes.
Okay. And I don't want you to go into too many details, but is it fair to say that Mr. Foreman, the posts about the police department and everything had not a damn thing to do with your relationship between you and Sean and why it came to an end?
No, it did not.
So the posts never affected your life, never affected your marriage?
No.
Okay. So any statement to the contrary would be false?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. No further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Thank you.
It's just fabulous. This is beautiful.
I'm sorry you have to be here.
I am too.
Thanks for coming. Where to start? You never sought a protective order against your ex-husband, did you?
Yes, I did when we divorced. The divorce, yes. I had a restraining order.
Did you got a restraining order?
Yes, I did.
Were you aware of the posts that were coming out after 2022 about the sheriff's deputies and calling them thieves and that sort of thing? Did you ever see any or hear any of the songs?
Some of my students referred to it and they would say, I saw your husband in the video. And I would say, yeah, that was him, and turn around and walk away. I didn't elaborate on any of that, no. And
Why?
they didn't either,
Why didn't you elaborate on
because I didn't think it was the student's business.
it? Okay. So they had seen your husband in videos?
Yes.
And did you tell your husband about that?
About,
That your kids had mentioned it?
no, it was just a mention and that was it.
Okay. Did you ever, you saw the posts yourselves or videos yourself, or did you just hear about it from kids?
I saw part of it and then I heard about it.
Okay. And did anyone else in the community ever say anything to you about these videos or posts?
No.
Just your kids?
It's my students in the school.
Students? Okay.
The lemon pound cake.
The
Lemon
song that
pound cake.
Mr. Osborne asked you about, does that song refer to a specific identifiable person?
I don't think so.
Those are all my questions. Thank you, ma'am.
Rhonda, Mr. Klingler asked you about your students. Your students saw the posts
Yes.
and they articulated it to you?
Yeah. Just say, hey, I saw your husband in this video.
Students can, would it be a fair statement to say children can be mean? Cruel?
Absolutely.
You've seen instances of them being cruel?
Absolutely.
Are they cruel to both other students and teachers?
Yes.
I don't like bringing up sensitive subjects, but has any of your students ever been cruel to you in the past?
Oh, yes, definitely.
Would it be fair to say they've said some pretty mean things?
Yes.
Okay. You see, I'm trying not to ask you what they are, but are they shocking names?
Coming from my students, I mean, in all honesty, it's, you know, when they're mad at me because they didn't receive an A, yeah, they get mad.
And they
And-
lash out.
Yes.
But they're not calling names of fact or anything to
No, no,
And they've seen these posts.
yes,
Did your students treat you any differently?
no,
So, could you point to any instance where a student treated you differently due to the posts?
no.
I'm going to ask this question. You said you're sorry to be here. Why are you sorry to be here?
Because from my recollection, my ex-husband had said that this was part of the reason we got divorced.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Klingler? No further questions. Mr. Osborne, am I right to understand this witness was a lay witness?
Pardon me?
This was a lay witness, not an expert, right?
She's a lay witness to testify to what she would have experienced in this.
Right. And the only reason I did that is to explain to the jury that people sometimes have training experience and can make opinions as experts. If a doctor comes in a medical malpractice case, they're an expert. This is a lay person, the same as any other. Some of the questions spoke generally about society and public perception, which would seem like more of an expert opinion, when in fact, as a lay witness, she can only testify about what she experienced herself. So you have to understand the scope. She's just what happened to her, lay, average person, not educated expert. Thanks for being here. You can have the excuse. Go ahead, Mr. Osborne.
Your Honor, I'd ask for a short 10-minute break so I can talk with Mr. Foreman. Based upon the ruling in the Rule 50, I want to juggle some of my witnesses, make some corrections to that, as I had anticipated a different verdict due to the evidence, or different ruling due to the evidence, so I'm going to need to shift for that.
So if I'm not mistaken, right, I actually think that the lawyers knew that they were non-expert witnesses, but there was like a complaint by the Afro man's defense where they were saying that a person couldn't testify because they were being treated as if that they were an expert witness, but they weren't expert witnesses. So it was like an investigator that technically wasn't an expert witness, but was being treated as an expert witness. And so he basically said that, hey, the proper procedure had not been followed for this witness, and he's being treated like an expert witness. So why? And so I honestly think that the judge is legitimately having a dig at Afro man's defense.
Like 10 minutes consult with my client to strategize on that.
Comments, Mr. Blanket?
No, I have no objection to that, Jim.
If you're doing well managing your time, I think that's a good idea. So like, you know how I am with getting the jury on schedule.
Your Honor, that's why I want to strategize, see how we can hopefully...
Yeah, no, I appreciate what you're saying. Take a break, go back to the jury room, stay there if you would please. Short break will be helpful.
I think they cut it out here. So I think so. They've been cutting out all the breaks, which is good. That's fabulous. Fabulous on our part. We don't have to worry about it.
So there'll be a minute without objection. Rebuttal, please.
No rebuttal, Judge, no further witnesses.
Okay, thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're moving forward to the point where you get the case handed to you. What comes next is closing arguments and instructions of law.
Bro, what just happened? My freaking left ear. Holy crap. You guys hearing that?
Opportunity for the lawyers to tell you what they
It like just, yeah, and I guarantee you it's going to be like this for the next couple hours. This is the problem with court proceedings where it's like the sound is just way off.
I don't know how you keep notes, but I have to keep them organized.
Fine, I guess.
So I can realize who's talking.
I'll just
You've seen me
tolerate
do
it.
A couple of times. Lawyers aren't evidence. The witnesses are. It's the same thing here. I don't think you would get confused or misunderstood. The plaintiff goes first because the burden of proof is on the plaintiff. The plaintiff also, because of that burden of proof, gets a privilege. So they get not only the first word, but they get the last word. So Mr. Klingler would start, Mr. Osborne would go second, and then Mr. Klingler would get the last word. Not because of favoritism or anything else, but because of the burden of proof. Then at that particular point in time, we'll give you jury instructions. And I'm going to take a break after their arguments because I need to make a few copies for the lawyers to read while I read. We give the instructions to you in writing, but I always like it when they can read over my shoulder because sometimes I put two words in different order and it changes the meaning. So then we have like 3 people reading to make sure it comes out to you right. So we'll hear their closing arguments, take a short break, you'll get the instructions, and then we'll turn you loose. Go ahead, Mr. Klingler.
Your Honor, if I may.
No, I fell.
I'd like to renew my motion for the record.
Thank you. Very appropriate. With regard to the false light claims, the court overrules the motion. Outside the presence of the jury, I can give you a little bit more of the why. But when I give deference to the evidence and construe it in favor, especially with regard to highly offensive and reasonable juror, reasonable public perception, like those clearly become fact issues to weigh, which I shouldn't do. So as a matter of law, I couldn't dismiss the claims. There's at least enough evidence when I construe the plaintiff's evidence in their favor to get past the Rule 50 motion. But you are spot on to remind me to do that.
Your Honor, there's also another matter we need to clean up. We probably should do at the sidebar before we go into oral arguments.
Okay. I like cleaning things up.
Lemon pound cake. Oh, I think this is going to be like a long pause. All right, hold on. Let me. Do not worry. I got you, chat.
But see, by a vote of 3-0, the lawyers all being unanimous, they want to see like this last draft of instructions because often they use the instructions in their argument. So like the chicken scratching stuff that we've been doing in the past is distracting. So we're going to let me do my work. It's 30 minutes that we need. So we'll go take a coffee break, just stay back there. Instead of me doing it the other way, we'll just take the break now for the jury instructions.
You can't smoke. Can we smoke?
The bailiff doesn't like irritable jurors, so you should go smoke. Do you like irritable jurors?
I prefer not to have.
Okay, that's all. Yeah, go take a break.
Oh, right. Thank you.
All right, so I think like this is it. This is the final deliberations and closing. So yeah, there's not a lot left. That's actually wild. We're going to be able to see the. We're going to be able to see the end of this, chat.
Everything you need to know is right here. Just have to print.
Lemon pound cake. The lemon pound cake. Lemon pound cake. The lemon pound cake. Lemon pound cake. Oh, lemon pound cake. We got that lemon pound cake. Lemon pound cake. The lemon pound cake. The lemon.
So I'm here for
lemon pound cake. The lemon pound cake. The lemon pound cake. No, I fuck! Damn it! I fucked it up. Where the fuck am I? Fuck. Huge screw up on my part. We're at the goddamn entrance. Son of a bitch. Lemon pancake.
I can't disagree with that.
The lemon
I did it
pancake.
early, so
The lemon pancake. The lemon pancake. Lemon pancake.
It seems to make everybody happy,
The
right?
lemon pancake.
You got me on that.
For instance, I'm not submitting to the jury whether the 5 plaintiffs are private figures or public figures because Judge McBride decided that. So in the instructions, I've taken prior decisions of law where necessary and put them in. And you didn't deal with that, but sometimes I have to tell the jury how we got to where we are. And that becomes instruction of law. The law of the case goes into the instructions. So I don't explain it to them. I'm just saying to the record, I took prior judicial law of the case findings. And
I want to turn on streamer mode so nobody hears that Discord ping.
Sound right, Mr. Osborne?
Your Honor, I have no objection. No objection.
The lemon pancake.
Yes.
The lemon
Off the
pancake.
record, you want to start?
I would love it. Your Honor,
Yes, sir. We're off the record.
well, we have the 2 housekeeping things. I have to renew my verdict, and then we have to also discuss the music company.
Okay. Back on the record.
We're back on the record.
Okay, so 2 points came up. You wanted to renew your motion for Rule 50
Yes.
dismissal.
You can open this door. Check inside.
Mr. Klingler responded to your inquiry about Media Access Incorporated.
Yes, Your Honor. Just for the sake of the record, we had a telephone conference on this. We had discussed this issue. They had not pled. They are technically in default of the answer. During that telephone conference, which was not on the records, we discussed what would happen with that. Mr. Klingler said he would evaluate it. We are now about ready to do closing statements. No evidence has been presented against him. Mr. Klingler has not asked for a default judgment. He seems to be wanting to put everything on my client, which is very strange why when he has a default he wants to make a motion for such. But we would ask that the record be cleaned up in that issue.
Yeah, I'm going to clean up the record, and we are willing to dismiss that party from the case.
Media Access Incorporated.
Yes.
We'd register an objection to him not doing a directed verdict, doing a default verdict on that, and therefore increasing damages upon my client if they should be found.
No, I think he gets to own his own complaint, so I just have to follow his lead. But I get what you're saying. And
I can
appreciate
argue
your-
for mitigation of attorney fees and stuff that he has done.
No, if it gets to that, if it gets to that, that's not a part of the jury's deliberation.
I just have to, I'm trying to think a step ahead.
I like that. Off the record, please. Go get him. You would, Mr. Bailiff.
Done? A couple punches will do you.
Time to go.
Punch him.
See, I knew that.
All right, come on. What is going on with this? Let me see.
Takes my time very well, but thank you for your patience. We are moving ahead, as you know, so most people don't growl about that, but I try to at least respect your time and tell you what we're doing. We made it through, like, the corrections to the jury instructions. Like I've been trying to educate you all the way through. The jury instructions are the textbook at the end. So the lawyers had a chance to drill those down. As I said before, closing arguments are the attorney's argument about what they think the evidence means and how you should do whatever it is they think you should do. So they go first, Mr. Klingler, then Mr. Osborne, then Mr. Klingler. There's like a total of 35 minutes. So I'm going to think 20, 35, 15. But Mr. Klingler can kind of manipulate his time depending on how he wants to do it. So in an hour, you'll be talking to me for about 30 minutes of instructions before you start your deliberations. That's what's ahead of you. If you take notes, just write down argument, not evidence. Go ahead, Mr. Klingler.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So here's a, but I don't have the king key yet. I need the boss key. I don't have that.
Morning, folks. When this trial started, I told you it was about intentional lies that are designed to hurt people. It's not about freedom of speech. It's about defamation. It's about false light defamation.
God, I really wish they would sound
lies
balance this
designed
shit.
to hurt people. You've heard all the evidence. You've seen the witnesses. I'm not going to go over it. But I will say a few things to underscore what I think is most important for you to keep in mind as this case is turned over to you. From me,
Hell yeah, let's go.
from the plaintiffs,
So whack this dude.
to you.
No problem. This dude's getting whacked.
Mr. Foreman perpetuated lies intentionally, repeatedly, over 3.5 years on the internet about these 7 brave deputy sheriffs.
Brave
who've lived in
fucking
this county
asshole.
for years,
Brave.
risked
He's
their
so
lives
brave.
for
He
this
risked
county
their
for years,
lives. Yeah.
done their job,
Harassed the shit out of
been
this
in the
poor
community
fucking guy. This innocent
for
guy.
many, many years. Mr. Foreman did it intentionally. Mr. Foreman knew that what he posted on the internet were lies. He knew there was no theft. He knew there was no sex with Randy Walters' wife. And he certainly knew all of the stuff he's repeatedly posted about Lisa Phillips up until Friday and probably later were lies too. What are we going to do about that? Mr. Foreman told you from the witness stand there's nothing we can do to stop him because he has freedom of speech to lie about people intentionally. During jury selection, we talked about that.
All right.
And
Let's
you
collect all the
agreed
fairies in this area.
that it's not okay to tell an intentional lie about someone that hurts them. We all agreed. And the judge is going to tell you that in the law that he gives you. So Mr. Foreman is legally wrong when he says he has free speech to tell harmful lies about people and get away with it. That's just legally wrong. You also told me in jury selection that even if somebody does something to you that hurts you, that you think is wrong, like a search warrant execution that you think was unfair, even if somebody does that to you, you told me, we all agreed, that that doesn't justify telling intentional lies designed to hurt people. That's what you think. That's what the community thinks. That's what decent people think. But Mr. Foreman thinks it's okay to do what he's done over 3.5 years because they executed a search warrant that broke down his door and disconnected his cameras. You heard from the witness stand from Mr. Foreman the callous indifference that he showed to what he's done, the harm he's done. It's imprinted in your minds, I'm sure, like it is in mine, the tears, the agony from some of these witnesses. Don't forget that when you're back in the jury room. That's what this case is about. You are here because you agreed to be here. You showed up on the first day. Not everybody does. A lot of people don't respond to their summons. You did. I asked you, do you want to be on this jury? And you all said,
I would fucking love to be on this jury. I would have fucking loved to do that. I'd be like, bruh, come on, let's do it.
yes, I agreed to be on this jury. You're all here now, in this place, in this courtroom, for a reason. And I believe there's a power higher than us that brought you here today to do this job, and that you are the chosen people to do it. Nobody
The
else
chosen people.
is going to do it. There's not
You're
going to be another
the
trial.
chosen
There's
people.
not going to be a second chance. This is the day to decide whether Mr. Foreman gets away with what he's done, and whether these plaintiffs deserve
The chosen one.
something to make up for what they've been through, and whether the community is told that what he did is unacceptable. It's not okay.
I'm surprised we haven't gotten any calls.
We
That's
talked
wild.
about
That's okay.
different
I don't mind
kinds of
watching
damages.
this. I'm
There's not
honestly just
gonna
having
be
fun.
Economic damages in this case. There's no doctor bills. There's no damaged property. There's damage to reputation. There's pain and suffering. There's public humiliation. There's everything you saw and heard from these detectives from the witness stand. And the only thing you can do as a jury to decide this case is to render a verdict of money that somehow stands in,
Damn it.
somehow represents the harm that these deputy sheriffs have been put through over 3.5 years. That's all you can do. You can't issue an order that says stop. You can't issue an order that says, say you're sorry.
Give me
you
a
can
quick
do-
second, y'all. I just got to use the bathroom. Hang tight. Okay. Be back.
Is issue a verdict for an amount that fairly stands in, represents what they've been through, what they've lost. No one.
Mind you, by the way, they're asking for punitive damages of over 7 figures in this case. 7 figures, bruh. They want 7 figures for the pain and suffering, bruh. Go fuck yourself.
No one else is going to do it. The judge isn't going to do it. Court of Appeals isn't going to do it. It's your job. And you're the people meant to do it. Now, I told you in jury selection, if we got to this point, I'd try to give you some ideas about how to evaluate what kind of verdict might make sense in this case. I told you then, and I'll tell you now, there's no formula. There's no easy answer, but there is an answer. And it's the answer that you folks decide among yourselves fairly represents the injuries that these deputies have suffered.
Now, please
And
pay me 7
I'll start
figures.
by posing this question. Do you think
I demand
Do you
money.
think that if there had been an advertisement in some newspaper that said, we will give you $2 million if you are willing to go through what Lisa Phillips has been through for the last 3.5 years?
I would.
Would
2
you
million
take that
bucks?
deal?
No
Do you
problem.
think
I'm
she
in
would
it.
have taken that deal? Yeah, 2 million. That's a, you know, maybe I'll go through that. Of course not.
Of course not. What do you mean? Of course I would.
Do you think Randy Walters? Do you think Brian Newland? Do you think any of these deputies would have accepted some amount of money in order to go through, in exchange for going through what they've been through? I don't think so. And I think you know nothing is worth going through what they've been through. And, of course, he says he's not going to stop. He says nothing can stop him. Maybe something can stop him if you tell him through your verdict that he needs to stop. I'm going to tell you what I believe is a fair verdict for these plaintiffs. And it's up to you, of course, again, to make the decision. But I would ask you, I'm going to ask you, and there's a verdict form which, excuse me 1 minute.
Shit.
Folks, I'm going to show you these forms that you're going to be filling out, just so you're familiar with them. This is just an example. You're going to have a different form for each of these plaintiffs, okay? This one happens to be a verdict form for Lisa Phillips. And I believe the evidence is overwhelming that you'll find in favor of Lisa Phillips. This happens to be her false light claim. There's a separate claim for defamation, a separate form for defamation, and you'll see the jury instructions. Judge Hine has already talked some about that with you. So this is just an example of the verdict form that I'm going to ask you all to sign in favor of Lisa Phillips and all of the plaintiffs on their false light and their defamation claims. Now,
I just have no sympathy for these guys. The fact that they harassed Afro Man like this, bro, all bets are off. You guys are assholes.
Again, I'm just showing you Lisa Phillips' form. And it says, we, the jury, find damages for plaintiff as follows. And then it gives a little
Wah, pay me 7 figures. Wah, I need 7 figures. My damage and suffering and punitive damages. I need this. Wah.
For Lisa Phillips, I'm not going to show you every form. For Lisa Phillips, folks, I'm asking you to put $1.5 million in that verdict form.
That is an insane amount of money.
$1.5 million for Lisa Phillips from what she's been through.
That is a ludicrous amount of money.
Years. May be going through for who knows how long. For Brian Newland, I'm asking you to issue a verdict for $1 million.
Oh, bunch of douchebags.
With his family, the loss of his dream job here in Adams County.
What a
For
douchebag.
Randy Walters, I'm asking you for a verdict of $1 million for what he's been through with the allegations and vile videos.
Pay me 7 figures. Wah. Wah. Where's my 7 figures?
For the
Wah.
other 4 plaintiffs, Sean Grooms, Sean Cooley, Justin Cooley, and Mike Estep. I'm asking you
I need my 7 figures.
for all 4 of them of $400,000 divided among them however you see fit based on their testimony.
I want my 7 figures. Wah.
You, of course, can award
I want free money. Give me money.
You can issue a verdict for more. That's what I'm asking you to say in your verdict form based on this testimony. Now, let me close my remarks by looking into the future here and looking at the future if there's a verdict for the plaintiffs and you award the plaintiffs a fair amount of money. What happens? The plaintiffs are vindicated. The court of public opinion out there, the press, which I know you haven't been looking at, they don't know the facts. You know the facts.
Yeah, we went through the
And
facts.
the verdict for
This
the
is
plaintiff
bullshit.
will say they were wronged, he was wrong.
Nah, bro.
verdict for the
You're
plaintiff.
wrong.
Will
Hot take,
make
you're
up
wrong.
in some way for what they've been through. A verdict for the plaintiffs will say that we don't condone, we don't approve, you can't get away with what Mr. Foreman's done. Not in this community, not in this country. That's not freedom of speech where we live.
Wah, I need $1.5 million.
That's what
Wah, damages.
for the
Wah.
plaintiff
My
will
Fifi's
say.
got hurt. I need $1.5 million.
Let's look at another possible future if there were to be
Blows
a
my
verdict for the
mind.
defendant,
Blows my mind.
or if there were to
Does
be
he unironically
a
think this is a
verdict
good defense?
with a small
Please.
amount of money attached to it.
Oh, it's such a small amount of money.
In that
Oh, it's only
case-
like this life-changing amount of money,
In
and
that
you're trying to
world,
steal
in
it
that
from like
future,
an actual artist.
The world is told what he did is okay. What they went through is no big deal. We don't really care. We think it's fine. That's what a verdict for the defendant or a small verdict would say.
Yeah, maybe next time don't come in and raid an innocent man's
They will go
house.
home,
And then when they inevitably make songs
subject
about you, you get all
to
upsetty
even more
spaghetti. Like, I'm
ridicule.
sorry,
Ah,
bro.
yeah, you
This is
took
all
him on
your
and you
fault.
lost. See what he did was fine.
Yeah, what he did was fine.
I don't have
It
to
literally
tell you,
was
you
fine.
know, that's not the message we want to send.
That is the
It's not
message we want to
we
send.
want to send.
I want to hear the
Folks,
defense.
I'm done. I've done all I can. These folks called me 3 years ago now and asked, what can we do to stop this? And here we are today. I've done what I can.
These good folks.
They've done what they can.
Them good old boys.
They've suffered through the publicity. They could have stopped this case at any time if they would have kowtowed to the pressure, public humiliation that Mr. Foreman continued to put them through, but they didn't. They bravely stood behind their
They're
case
so brave.
and their right
So brave in
not to
harassing
be
the shit
drugged
out of
through the
Afro
mud
Man.
with
They were
lies
so
in the
brave.
media. They've done all they can.
They stood in front of peril
And now
and directly harassed this innocent man and
giving
stole his money.
their case and this decision to you. It's out of my hands. You have to decide what to say to Mr. Foreman and what to say to the community about what he's done and the effects that it's had on these folks. I have full confidence, I fully trust you to make the right decision, to make a fair decision.
Yeah, let's make the right decision,
and to
everybody.
come back
Afro Man, you're
with
acquitted.
a verdict that's fair for each one of these plaintiffs and that tells the community what you really think about this case. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Cluster. You have 11 minutes after that. Final. Go ahead, Mr. Osborne.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Here we go.
thank you for being here.
Incoming the
This has
defense.
been a long 3 days. I
Chad
took a second to
defense,
read it.
Chad Beard.
Count the number, it's been so long. A lot's happened. You've done your duty as jurors. You've paid attention to the evidence. I'm proud of that. What makes our country great is you have the right to have a jury trial. You have the right to people in the community to see this. weigh the evidence and make a decision. And I'm proud that you guys are here and doing that. We started this time, I talked about this case was about freedom of speech. But let's talk about what it's also about. It's also about music. Not all music is tasteful. Not everybody likes all music. There's some songs I hate. I think we can find plenty of people that find songs they do not like. But Mr. Foreman, Joe is a rapper and comedian. It's what he's done his whole life is rap, make songs. We got to think of what rap is, because music does not exist.
We have to
in
find.
vacuum.
We have to find
Music
that last.
evolves over time. Take a look at jazz. It's evolved.
We got to
At
go back
one
to the
time,
bottom.
It was.
I have to
distinct
find
in a
that
certain
last fairy
subculture,
wherever the hell
and
it
it
is.
has now expanded. Rap is the same. Rap started out
Right.
as a means for people to express social commentary, opinions through entertainment.
Oh boy, lava.
Look at the song by NWA. What do they call it? Fuck the Police? I think I said that right. It's a social
Great song.
commentary on what was going on in their lives. Their
Fuck the
personal
police
effect,
coming straight from the
personal things happening
underground.
to them,
They don't like me very much
combined
because I'm
with
of
entertainment,
African American descent.
which unfortunately is exaggeration.
I apologize ahead of time for that.
Opinion, nothing of fact in that song. It's a commentary on society. And so when you look at rap, you see that over and over again. I had my secretary print me a couple songs, the rap songs, while I was pouring a cup of coffee. And the first one was Carly B, WAP. I find it bad to say what WAP means, but it's a popular song. I think it's somewhat derogatory, but then again, I'm not the audience for that song, and I know that. I know nothing in that song. Nothing. Talking about is true.
Afro Man got that Amish
I
lawyer.
know
Let's
I know
go.
it's entertainment. I know it's social commentary. Miss Grooms testified even her students knew that at a young age. The same thing I knew when I was watching Johnny Carson, The Late Night Show, and SNL, Saturday Night Live, with my grandfather when I was a kid. That's all entertainment. They make fun of everybody for entertainment. And some of it is a social commentary. But it is not fact. And everybody knows that. Nobody looks at Lil Wayne's song Pussy Monster and says there's a monster in that song. Everybody knows it's exaggeration for entertainment. Is he commenting on something? Sure. But it's not fact. And I can keep going. Megan Thee Stallion with Sex Talk. I mean, it just goes on. They use derogatory language. It's designed to entertain. Drew Hastings,
All right, let's
former
keep
mayor
going
of
here. I think we
Hillsborough,
gotta go hit up.
was a comedian. I got to go to one of his stand-ups. Some of it was funny, some of it wasn't. Some of his jokes, like those of Eddie Murphy and Richard Pryor, some of them are not tasteful, but they're still jokes. They're not facts. And we know that. That's what a reasonable person listening to that would understand. And that's the point. This is not a vacuum. We don't live in a vacuum. Let's face it, if we lived in a vacuum, we'd all be dead because we couldn't breathe. So we live in a world full of everything, where we see things. We watch SNL. We know it's entertainment. We know it's going to pick on people. We understand that they're picking on public officials. Well, they picked on Joe. They pick on Donald Trump all the time, Sleepy Joe. I mean, go down the list, even Teflon Ron was made fun of. So as you go back, nobody thinks that's fact. Nobody's going to take it that way. When they post their clips on YouTube, when they post their clips on Facebook, people don't look at it and go, that's the truth. No, they understand it's comedy. They understand they're going to talk about it going forward. And if you look at his posts, you see the little signs of that too. Iteration. Things that you see in a song. I mean, because after all, you know, a song's catchy, right? It has beat, song, you know, words rhyme. You know, she thinks my tractor's sexy, and, you know, it sticks with you. When we listened to Lemon Pound Cake, you heard the iteration.
The
You
lemon
heard how
pound
it
cake is wild.
came together as entertainment. So we don't exist
Holy
in the
crap.
vacuum, and a reasonable person doesn't exist in the vacuum.
I love the
As the
lemon
judge
pound
said,
cake song is
you
so
are reasonable
good.
people. You get to decide what's reasonable.
Fucking
Which means
legend.
You get to use your experience. You get to use your understanding of what those are, of your understanding of Joe, of your understanding of rap music, music in general. I'm not going to sit here and say that these 7 people were happy about what happened to them. I'm not going to say that. That'd be stupid. But what I am going to say is they are public officials. We see it on the news all the time, public officials made fun of. Let's go back to voir dire. During my voir dire, we talked about, with the one juror that's gone, we talked about that, yes, I ran for public office. She agreed I put myself out as a public official. She agreed that it was an opinion when someone called me a baby killer. Even our witnesses on the stand, I asked that question. They said a crooked defense attorney is not a vine, it's a matter of opinion. Crooked cops, dirty defense attorneys. Oh wait, one witness did want to say I might not have taken a shower. But those are all opinions, exaggerations, not statements of fact. And we know that. And that's why public officials are held to a higher standard, because that standard is what is expected of them as subjecting themselves to public scrutiny. They all testified that people have criticized their work. I mean, after all, we look at the search. There is, even Mr. Newland admitted it wasn't perfect. I think we can see from how the money was handled, the investigation. I would have liked to have seen a more thorough job myself. I mean, we have a chain of custody, the money that just leaves it laying there. Mr. Newland didn't know that. We have an unsealed evidence bag. We have 10% of all evidence, money evidence in the Adams County evidence locker miscounted.
Oh, I didn't want to do that.
Keep in mind,
that sucks.
that miscount on those is less
We got to
than
undo everything.
what is
Yeah, we
alleged in this
basically
here.
just undid everything.
We got people saying we had a miscount, yet they can't even bother to notify the court in an official document that they made a mistake. Just let it ride. As far as the public record knows, which they never corrected, Mr. Foreman never got back all of his money. They want to talk about an investigation, but they can't even put in a single piece of paper to correct his mistake. I don't know if I call that lazy or what, but I think it goes to what you consider a fact. Because what is a fact? We can't always know what a fact is. Fact is something you can disprove, right? But can we truly disprove that? Looking at all the evidence, there is questions. If there's questions, it's not a fact. Now, people will form opinions based on that. I formed an opinion. I imagine everybody here's formed an opinion. We know that they formed an opinion because they didn't like being called a thief. So that was their opinion. But people are allowed to have opinions. People are allowed to express them. What people are expressing when they call them thief is not a literal statement. It is not a fact. It is a social commentary on the fact that they didn't do things correctly. And they can't even articulate how they could fix it. That is a social commentary if I ever heard one. They don't like it? That's not their choice to like it or not. They're public officials. They're going to be held to a higher standard. Their work's going to be criticized. I mean, that's just what happens when you're a public official. No reasonable person would expect a police officer not to.
Why is only one ear getting noise? It's because
They've
of
all been
court.
called
It's a
names
court proceeding. Court
Has it
proceedings
affected
always
them
have messed up audio.
Miss Grooms
Always.
testified
There's
it
nothing
made
we
no
could do
difference
about
in
it.
her
It just it is what it is.
Her kids didn't take it seriously. And she's taught for damn near 30 years. But they seem to take it seriously. And I come back to Mr. Grooms. He's worried about going out on a call and being shot. Now, maybe I'm old-fashioned. But if I'm going out on a call, I'm worried about getting shot, I'm going to call my wife and tell her to be safe. Not sit here and go, I'm worried about me. That's not what you do. You take care of your family. Mr. Walters wanted to point that out. That just goes to show us he didn't take it seriously. Now, I'm not going to say they're not afraid. Anytime they go on a call, the highway patrol will tell you scariest thing's a traffic stop. You know nothing about the person, you're there by yourself, and things can change in an instant. Is that scary? Fuck yeah. I'd be scared. But if you're truly scared, you take the steps for it. You start having your family do stuff. You start doing that. If you believe what you're saying, you take the steps towards it. You didn't take the steps. No one else talked about how they took the steps either, did they? And why does that matter? Because a reasonable person is going to look at that. After all, let's go back to me not taking a shower. How would you know I didn't take a shower? Hair clumpy, probably matted, probably got dirt all over me. That's how you would see. That's how you would prove if that's an opinion or fact.
Found it.
Now, even then you might say Dave just fell in the mud. But no reasonable person would take it in the vacuum. And I want you to think about everything in context. What rap is music, how it's entertainment, how the language works on it, how jokes are made. I want you to think back to that, because that colors how you see it.
Chest here? No.
I love picking on Joe. He's a good sport for it. Look at that suit. Does this look like a man who thinks that everybody's going to assume that everything he's saying is fact? I mean,
The suit is fucking brilliant,
he's like
bro.
a comedian. He exaggerates for the sake of entertainment. That's who he is. I'm not going to say it's tasteful to everyone, but some people do find it entertaining. I asked an important question about them. I said, do you believe everything in the newspaper? No. Do you believe everything you read on the internet? No. We all know that to be true. A reasonable person knows that. People can post opinions, social commentary, and hurtful things all over the internet. And it is just to be expected. That's why we are supposed to use our own filter, use our common sense, use our experiences in life. So while hurtful, it was not fact. It was music, entertainment. Stuff that no reasonable person would understand.
Hello, little fairy.
Especially not
I
a
need
public
you.
official.
Come here.
We see it on TV all the time. We see it on the internet.
All
we
right.
see it on Facebook.
Now we can beat
Sometimes
this
people
temple.
want to turn off Facebook because there's so much political commentary and stuff. But that's expected. Do I expect everything I read is fact? I don't even think most of it's fact. I think it's everybody's opinion, and opinions are like assholes. Everybody has one, and it stinks. But that doesn't mean they can't have them. That doesn't mean they can't express them, and that doesn't mean they can't make a song about it. Truth is a defense. That's why we talked about the theft. That's why we showed all that. Because I wanted you to see how the money was handled. There's a lot of confusion
I
around
need to,
it. And for that reason.
Oh, shit.
Before I get
AWOL
to
Thought
another
says,
point,
bringing up the
I wanna
suit was a
address
good
something
point on the lawyer's
bounced around
part,
my head.
100%.
Bob says, what does this message send if you find for Mr. Foreman? I rephrase that question a little differently. What does this message send if we find that music and social commentary, while maybe not the most tasteful thing in the world, is silenced because a public official, while hurt by it, yes, unhappy by it, yes, pissed off, yes, emotional, yes. What opinion does that sound? I mean, if you can sue people, music artists, comedians, to shut them down, that's what we're looking at here. I'm sorry they feel the way they do. But there's a certain
here we
amount
go.
that you
One
have
more
to
time.
take as a public official. It's part of the duties as a job. As we talked about during voir dire, as I've talked about them being called a baby killer, there are certain things you take and you move on. It's part of the job. The plaintiffs, or I should say Bob, talks about how they wanted it to stop. Where was the certified cease and desist letter? Where was all this done? None of that was done until after they started the lawsuit. Until after they brought it to court to make it stop. That's what they wanted to make it stop. yet they ask for money.
Yep. Of course, because it's not about actual dealing with the harm. They just want money. They're taking advantage of the situation.
The commentary on them is nebulous at best. You can see that when you look at it. We have Beetle Bailey, Gomer Pyle, Colonel King Kong Bundy.
He's calling them the names.
Not as bad as others, yes. But they're all for artistic purpose. They're all for jokes. They're all for entertainment. This is not to paint them in a real life. No reasonable person would think that. It's kind of interesting because even Mr. Newland agreed that when he was called a pedophile by Mr. Foreman, yes, that is a horrible thing to call a person. But even he said it was Mr. Foreman's opinion. So he didn't believe it was a fact. If your own witness doesn't believe it's a fact, how can a reasonable person find it's a fact? Bob went to great lengths to say nothing will stop him. Shows us where we're at. We got to stop his expression. We got to stop entertainment. We got to stop exaggeration. That's what Bob's talking about. What chilling effect does that have on the world we live in? Think about it. You don't like what a commissioner does. You don't like what our prosecutor does. You don't like what any public official does, and you make a joke, and you're drugging the court. It may not have been a tasteful joke. It may have been a bad joke. It may have been the greatest joke ever. But what we're saying is if they don't like it, we're back here. What does that say to freedom of speech? What does that say to the world we live in? That's what this case is about. And Bob knows that. That's why he mentions it. That's why when you look at defamation and the jury instructions, you'll see that the first element of it is a statement. Portrayal of fact. Has to be portrayed as fact. No music video portrays as a fact. I don't watch Fuck Those Police and turn around and say, you know what, that's a fact. No. I say that's a song and it's entertainment and move on. Sometimes I try to figure out what the words mean, you know, what kind they're getting at, but I don't expect them to present a fact. Fourth element is the proximate cause. It's an interesting question there, because you'll get the definition of causation.
I cannot wait to hear the deliberation here.
And we never talked about that really during the trial. It's going to be
I
something
cannot wait.
that I want to discuss. They talked about getting phone calls. None of those.
Cannot wait.
Joe never said, call them and tell them this. Mr. Cooley testified that they mailed pound cakes to the office. Joe never said send them a lemon pound cake. These are things that other people have done. Joe never directed them to do it. He didn't cause it. He made a joke. He cannot control how people take it. What they do, he's not that. All he can do is make a joke, make a song. So that's something to consider. Was he the proximate cause, or was it someone else? I want you to understand when they get to the question of malice, if you get that far, it has to be actual malice. Public officials, it's a higher standard. Why? Because we hold public officials to a high standard. Let's talk about the false light. That's their second cause of action. That says that a reasonable person would be justified in the eyes of the community, feeling seriously offended and aggrieved. I want you to go in on the eyes of the community. They want to say people's humiliating them, calling them names. The reality is a reasonable person in the eyes of the community is going to say, it's a song. It's a joke. I was flabbergasted to hear it myself, that they even thought it was a joke before they brought the lawsuit. Go to a Halloween party and bring a lemon pound cake. That, I almost have no words for that, honestly, because I get...
Yeah, because how could it be? How could you be like really all that hurt if you're bringing lemon pound cake?
So, a reasonable person.
Yeah, exactly. It's a great argument.
It's a joke. Mr. Estep testified about the joke of the shirt. We got the pound cake joke. There's various jokes for this. This was not as negative. This has not changed their view in the eyes of the community, because your reputation, which is what they claim is hurt, your reputation is like a shirt. You eat a hot dog, you drop mustard on it, you get stains on your shirt. Nobody's reputation is clean. Everything you do affects your reputation. The way you perform your job affects your reputation. They all admitted to that on the stand, because I asked that question. They all said it does. How they counted that money affects their reputation. People can form opinions based on how they did the job and criticize them on it.
100%.
That's the right we have. You have to forgive me, I have to flip through these some. We didn't have a lot of time to prepare as things change on the fly. I think as you go back and deliberate, take a look at all the exhibits, analyze it in the context of music, entertainment, opinion, social commentary. It's not a fact. And if you look at it, you can see that. Like I said, it may not be tasteful. May not be nice. But even SNL's not nice. South Park's not nice. These things are social commentaries, jokes, entertainment. And some of them are not nice. But you don't have to like everything. You don't have to like everything said about you, and you don't have the right to tell everybody that everything said about you should be sued for. Especially if you're a public official. As such, I ask you to deliver a verdict in Joe's favor on all claims. I ask that because when you look at it, no reasonable person could see it as a fact. No reasonable person could see it as even false light. The community, if people called them, that's because the social commentary resonated with someone, resonated with what people experienced in the world. We've lived through a turbulent year, so we've all seen on the news what people are experiencing all over the country. Social commentary resonates because of that. That doesn't make him the proximate cause. That shows a deeper concern in our country that we should be addressing, not sitting here trying to decide if a music video is a fact or not. That's what's at issue here. And I'm confident as you go back in deliberations, you'll come to that conclusion too. And with that, I thank you again for your service, because it is not easy, and what you're about to do is not easy. It takes time and deliberation. It takes hard work. And I appreciate that you guys are willing to do it. And I reiterate again, that's what makes us a great country. Thank you very much.
Mr. Osborne? Go ahead, Mr. Plugin.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing Mr. Osborne said about sexually explicit songs out in society refer to specific people in the community like the songs that are at issue here. It's not the same thing. We all know that. These weren't opinions. Mr. Foreman didn't say, in my opinion, Brian Newland is a pedophile. In my opinion, they're all thieves. In my opinion, I fucked his wife doggy style. He said it like they were facts. And I think Judge Hine is going to instruct you, based on everything that's happened so far, that these were not opinions, they were stated as fact, and your job is to decide whether those facts were true or not. And we know they're not. The case isn't about lemon pound cake. It's about intentional lies designed to hurt people, and they hurt people.
We're going to do it
If
twice?
somebody in the jury room says, well, what about his First Amendment rights? You know, and the law tells you, that doesn't allow lies that hurt people. If someone tells you it's just artistic expression, he ought to be free to say what he wants, the answer is he's not allowed to wrap up harmful lies into songs, so-called art, put them out there, and get away with it.
Braden says, bless you
The
first. Thank
packaging
you.
of the lie
Sorry.
doesn't
Allergies.
make it okay. The message was clear. And Mr. Foreman doesn't get to wrap himself in the American flag and say, you can't touch me, I can say what I want, no matter how untrue it is, no matter how much pain it causes people, no matter for how long, because I have freedom of speech. He can't do that. I'm confident you'll tell him he can't do that. Thank you.
Yeah, they can. They're public officials. Of course you can. It's a public official. It's a different thing if it's a private citizen. Totally different.
Your Honor, I didn't mean to interrupt you. My thing is, I was going to ask before we read the jury instructions if I could if we could restroom break for that, because I know it's going to take some time to read it.
Everybody's going to stand in their seat and stretch. Nobody's going to leave the room but you. Because you're pretty prompt with that, so go for it.
Thank you.
I'll just stand up. It's blood flowing. Well, you're on my team.
Extra magic power. Hell yeah. Let's go. Give me that magic. Woo! Magic me. Did it. Ah, let me blow my nose. Sorry. Get a refill of Coke.
Often the lawyers start with the jury instructions when the case comes in the door. And then the court refines the instructions to account for the conduct of the trial. So to the extent that they might have gotten the instructions very quickly this morning, it's not that they didn't know it, it's the refinements, the little tweaks along the way. That's what they're talking about. But I want to thank them because they did good work making it possible for me to get to the point where I can give these instructions to you. The court has the legal duty to prepare the instructions of law. You've heard the attorney's
Oh man, I can't wait.
argument.
All right, hold on. I think we could skip ahead of this because it's just the instructing the jury on what they need to be doing.
Obligation to accept a sworn duty. You've heard me call the evidence in tilting greater weight of evidence for their case in your rule for each plaintiffs. So when I refuse individually in favor against one, so it's not analysis. Or is over evidence greater quantity as the called because they didn't or you have to resolve it. You can't leave it up to scale Now, seeing evidence, clear and convincing evidence. Clear and convincing means the evidence produces in your mind a
Wow, he
firm
talks a
belief or
lot.
firm conviction that that item is true. So preponderance might be, by example, slightly
All right, hold on.
tipping the scale. The vote is 6 out of 8, not 8 out of 8. It's the next paragraph down. So I've got 8 jurors. When you go back there, 6 and 2 is a vote in favor or opposed. So you always have to have instructions.
Yes, I will. See that way right there. Read this letter. Yeah. And then.
Let's see what they say.
You would have to come back and deliberate. You'll have to decide. We don't look at them or anything, even afterwards. We just tear them out. You wouldn't be able to follow them anyway. Remember the.
Okay, perfect. I appreciate it.
They just told me.
All that good stuff. So you know more than I know probably, but the jury's ready.
That's all I know.
That's all I know too. So process-wise is that they'll bring them out. The verdict forms go to me also. Okay, go ahead and have a seat. So the court was informed the jury reached a verdict, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So if you'll hand the verdict forms to the bailiff, he'll hand them to me so I can take a look at them. I looked at the form of the papers, essentially to see if they're properly signed. So that's the next thing that happens. Thank you. With regard to decorum, I don't expect any responses from anybody. It's been an emotional case. It's been a well-tried case. The lawyers did what they should do. The parties did what they should do. I just want to remind everybody that how the verdict comes out isn't something of public comment. So if you have an emotional attachment to the verdict, don't express it. Wait till you get out of the building before you let your emotions out. So the verdict forms are properly executed, properly completed. Copies will be made available to the parties. In all circumstances, the jury finds in favor of the defendant. No plaintiff verdict prevailed. So the matter will be concluded with defense verdicts. Thank you, Mr. Klingler. Thank you, Mr. Osborne. Thank you to the court
That was
staff
it?
and the Sheriff's Department for security in the building. And we'll go ahead and stand in adjournment.
Hey, yo. Afro's good.
Go ahead and relax, whatever it is you need.
Bro, that is wild. Make about this a song about the judge about the judge Afro Man. The jurors knew the judge and the crazy cops were liars. Glad they saw through them. Sean's ex has more spine than all the cops combined. Ah, bruh. That's satisfying. It's good to know. Good to know. Good to know. All right. That was the Afro Man jury, guys. That was the Afro Man trial. Looks like Afro Man has been acquitted. He is not paying the harassers money. He's good to go. All right. Let's see. What should we watch? What should we watch, chat? Should we watch some Republican nonsense? Some douchebag Republicans? Who's a douchebag Republican nowadays? Honestly, we do really well with Andrew Wilson. Andrew Wilson is such a douchebag that it works great. Oh, wait, there's something going on that's live? Answer the question, senators torch Soros-funded witnesses as fiery Minnesota Somali fraud hearing?
Fraud in Minnesota that doesn't acknowledge under the Biden administration. No mention of the fact that the current administration drove out that he investigate the victim of an ICE shooting, not the agent who did the shooting.
14 prosecutors have left the Minnesota U.S. Attorney's Office in the past month. And what a strange thing it is to have a hearing.
Oh, they're
about
saying
fraud.
Ben Shapiro. AWOL says Ben Shapiro. Let's do Ben Shapiro. We'll do Ben Shapiro for a bit. Why not? Ben Shapipi and his 7 million subscribers. Rich socialists tell starving Cubans that they're fine. Ben Shapiro ranks viral TikTok videos. The Afro Man situation is hilarious. It looks like that even Ben Shapiro is commenting on it and enjoying it. Let me look. The Insane Iran War Conference. 4 things an ally should do. Iran more free America. The Cuban regime is over. What do we do? Which one do we do? What has the Tucker been gotten himself into? I don't want to watch any of this shit. Fuck, I hate this guy. I really dislike this guy. I don't like him. Do I gotta watch fucking Shapipi? I don't like Shapipi. Now let's watch this. Fine.
People like Hassan Piker are welcomed into the highest circles of Democratic politics. Hassan Piker, who again holds hands with people like Tucker Carlson when it comes to foreign policy, spent his weekend, when he wasn't bloviating about the evils of America attempting to defenestrate the mullahs, giving sensual massages to the Cuban communist government while wearing, I kid you not, $1,500 designer Cartier glasses. The average annual salary in Cuba is currently $156. So he's doing great. He was in Cuba with the morons over at Code Pink, again, another foreign front group, doing some true poverty heroism. They held a big concert, Code Pink, over in Havana. With Kneecap, the power that was utilized for this concert did not go to local hospitals. Hassan Piker is also staying at a 5-star hotel in Cuba, which he says is his moral duty. He must stay at a 5-star hotel. You see.
I mean, I don't know. I'm not a socialist. I don't argue in favor of socialism. Like, I don't know. I mean, can I really say anything about this video other than like, hey, I'm not a socialist. So like, I don't argue for socialist policies. Now, do I argue for capitalism with strong social safety nets? Yeah, 100%. I think that's the way to go. I just, oh, the Goron Elder is waiting for me. Okay. Oh, Darmani, I've been waiting impatiently for you. Waiting for your arrival. Thought they'd be dead. Thanks to you. By the way, we are taking calls. You know what? Why don't we, I'm just going to max. I don't really feel like watching more videos. Let's just focus on the game. Let's just have fun with the game. And I'll turn it up a little bit. Hell yeah, let's go. I can always pause it as soon as someone calls in. We are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. You want to call in, have a discussion, we can do so. Do I get a heart piece? Yeah, I can enter the Goron race, but the problem is it's not a good idea for me to enter the Goron race right now, because if I enter the Goron race, yeah, I'll get the gold dust, but the negative part about that is I don't get to use the gold dust because of the because we're out of time. We're on the final day. So we got to just restart, basically. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else for us to do other than just restart, try, and then beat the boss real quick, and then come right back and do the race. If you guys want to have a conversation, we can do so. Phone number is 202-998-5218. What did you guys think of the trial? Did you guys enjoy that? All right, so we just slowed down time. And so now we're going to go just collect this 100 rupees and deposit it. And then once we've done that, we're going to go straight and fight Goat again. And then we basically have just fast-tracked our way to saving that area. And then we'll be able to engage in the race. We'll be able to get the sword upgrade. And yeah, and then we also get an extra bottle. So we're going to get all that stuff going. AWOL Thoughts says, it seems like it's been a pretty mellow stream, so I'm not calling in tonight. Yeah, I try. You know, I realized what gets me heated is me trying to answer every single fucking question. Like every single dumbass question that gets thrown my way, I'm like, bruh, not answering that. If you wanna ask me questions like that, call in. Call in. I'll hear you out. I will. Which says, Amender, when is your next debate? I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. Things happen. I don't have one coming up, but you never know. Stuff comes out of the woodwork sometimes. All right. Now let's go wackadoo this. I'll just get hit. It's fine. It's nothing. Yeah, so we don't actually have to worry about we don't got to worry about this dungeon. We could just go straight to the boss. Now that we've completed the dungeon, we go straight to the boss, kill him, and then we're going to be able to do the race and then get, what is it? The upgraded sword. Really good stuff. On it. Oh shit, I just realized I don't have a ferry. I probably should have gotten a ferry. We should be alright. I don't foresee any problems. Actually, there might actually be a problem. Please? Is there a ferry? There's no ferry. Fuck. I could actually unironically die here. First Amendment, you should debate Kai Schwimmer again. He's the head of the College Republicans of America now. Ugh. Ugh. Vomit. Let's go. Fight. I hope I don't die. I could totally die here, seriously. It was pretty close last time, but thankfully I didn't think I needed a... Oh shit. Fuck. It's just arrows, no hearts. Could use one heart, would be good. Fuck. This is not good. I think I might actually die from this. I forgot to pick up my fairy. I would have zero worries knowing I had a fairy, but I don't have a fairy. Ah, fuck. Come on. Come on. Hit him. Hit him. Ah, fuck! Let's go. Ah, bruh! That is so annoying. Bro! I'm gonna die here, bro. I'm not doing well. It's moving fast. Can we beat him? Hopefully. Dude. Come on. That was great. That may have got us the win just there. That was a lot of hits. Bruh. Oh, he's gonna fucking whack at me with his fucking lightning, isn't he? Bastard. Come here, come here, come here, you little bastard. Got him. Good. No problem. Easy. Man, you guys are really going at it in the chat. Are you guys okay? Y'all are so mean to one another. I am going to completely ignore that chat because that's a goddamn nightmare right there. I want nothing to do with that. Alright, let's take a look. Hell yeah. Alright, now that we've done that, now what I can do, what I should be able to do, is, I should be able to, what is it? Upgrade this sword. Let me see. I think I gotta talk to this person. Ugo, Ugo, Ugo. Oh, a customer. Gabora, fish our customer some coffee. We have a sword. All right. To reforge your sword, it'll cost you 100 rupees. It will be ready at sunrise. You have to hold on to your sword. Let us hold on to your sword till then. Keep in mind that you use the reforged sword 100 times, it will lose its edge to its... If you'd like your swords to reforge, okay, I'll do it. Thanks for dropping in. Now, I'm off straight to work. Come back tomorrow morning. Ugo, ugo, go, go, go. Okay. Alright, so I no longer have a sword, but what we're going to do is we're going to engage in the race. That's what we're going to do. There's a cool-ass race that we can go to now. And we're going to get the golden... We're going to get the gold... Shit. There's like this golden dust. Oh, shit, that's right! Yeah, we gotta get the big bomb. Oh, open it. Alright, 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 I will. I'm going. I'm going. Don't you worry, kid. I want to get it. Ow. I want to get in the race, too. By the way, we are taking calls still. Phone number is 202-998-5218. You want to have a conversation, we can do so. If not, I'm just going to keep playing the video. Fuck! I gotta like chill. I gotta chill and not... We're just gonna politely move this direction. We know what we gotta do. We know. We know what we gotta do. We're just gonna go this direction. All right. I think... Let's see. How much are the bombs? Powder keg. Want a powder keg? Tested it. You can use it properly. Want to give it a try? You can destroy the boulder blocks the entrance. Okay, powder keg. Give it to you. I'll prove you to carry it then. All right, so we got to hurry. Damn it. Let's go. We have a limited amount of time. This thing will explode. Shit. This way. Hurry, 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 hurry. We gotta hurry. This thing will explode. Explode here. It will explode in my face. We're taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. You want to call in and have a discussion, we can do so. Trans women are women. I know everybody in chat disagrees with that, but guess what? They are. Be mad. Be mad, transphobes. All right, come on. Hell yeah. All right. Onward. Now we get to do the race. Wow. 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 We get to do the race. Wow. Let's do it. Hell yeah. Let's do this. Let's go. We're going to win. Ah, you bitch. I could unironically lose because of that. It's okay, it's okay. It's okay, it's okay. Can I win? Is it possible? Bruh, this sucks. Bruh. We're doing terrible. How do I restart? That was horrible. Wait, did I get ahead? No, I didn't. I'm way behind. Yeah, that was bad. Just a bad luck. It's okay. You gotta try again. Darmani, what the fuck was that? All right. Honestly, I don't even understand all the anti-trans hatred. Like, why not just accept people for who they are? What just happened? Why not just, like, accept them for who they are? I just don't understand what is the right's fascination with trans people. Just leave them alone. Like, it's not hard. I feel like they talk about it more than even left-wingers. Like, they just lose their fucking mind. It's insane. Can I beat this? Is it possible to beat this? This is actually kind of hard. Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Go on! Bruh! Which says kids have to be left alone. But it's not really about kids, right? Because then you'd probably be against like all the school shootings and stuff, right? Like, you don't seem to give a fuck about that. Oh, wait, why did I say of course? Son of a bitch. They want to block puberty and have little kids. No, they don't. They don't want to do that. They don't want to do that, silly. That's just wrong. The block puberty one, that one's correct. That one's true. So that way kids can come to a decision whether or not that, like an informed, logical decision. And by the way, it requires a parent and a legal guardian, parent as well as a doctor to approve of that. It's not as simple as you would think. All right. All right, come on, we can do this. Come on. Bro, please. Oh my god, it's so chaotic, bro. So chaotic. Oh my god. I swear to God, how often is it do I get hit there? Knocked off to the side. Can I win? Is it possible? I think if I hug this corner, you think I could catch up, maybe? Yeah! Fuck you! Fuck you! No! No! Oh, it's so close! Son of a bitch. I gotta try again. Alright, you're just a little stiff because the winter was so long. You're not really like this. Yep. It's just because of that bridge. Let's see, which says, I'm against school shootings. That's not good. Poor kids. Well, no, but the problem is like we could have like red flag laws, but Republicans refuse to do anything about it, despite the fact that it's the #1 killer of children in the United States. We still have not done anything about it. Like, we're to this day, and it's like it just falls on deaf ears. So it's like I genuinely don't think it's about protecting kids. I think that's just rhetoric. I do. I believe that. I believe that Republicans argue that on the basis of rhetoric, not based on actually giving a shit. All right, but come on, fucking dude, fuck these fucking these grunts. It is so frustrating! Come on, can I win? Is it even possible for me to win? That bridge sucks. Is it possible? Can I do it? Is it possible? Is it doable? Can I beat him? Can I beat him? Can I beat him? I can't. I couldn't beat him. Fuck. Is it you literally support the #1 contributor to child deaths in the U.S.? Nope. #1 killer of child deaths in the U.S. is gun death. It is, in fact, the #1 killer. And also, I believe in a woman's right to choose if they want to get an abortion. That's a complete... Now, that is a real non sequitur. That is a real non sequitur right there. You didn't address at all what he said. It's just more rhetoric. You didn't actually address anything. Really classic, man. I'm telling you. You know, you want to know what I think it is? I'll tell you what I think it is. I think it's disgust. I think you are disgusted by the idea of a woman, like of a trans woman. The idea, that's why there's so much fascination towards trans women and not trans men. There is like a genuine like distaste or disgust response that is a very guttural feeling, because I don't know. I'm sure there's many reasons why. Maybe there's like some underlying deep-seated thing there, but I think it just genuinely comes from a form of like just disgust towards that group of people. They gross you out. That's what it is. I can't think of any other argument. I mean, it's fine if that's like your argument, like the disgust is your argument. I'm just saying you should be honest about it, right? It's not about, it's not about taking care of kids or wanting to be what's best for kids or any of that shit. It's none of that. It's all rhetoric. You just hate trans people. I believe that. All right, let me see here. Okay, so I got the gold dust. This is good with a bottle, which is amazing. It is an amazing prize. Nope, I'm done. Shut the fuck up, stupid bitch. All right, let's go. All right. All right. So if I'm not mistaken, I gotta wait till tomorrow morning. All right. Night of the first day. By the way, if you want a response from me, GJM, you just got to call in. You got to call in. But you don't call in, you're just kind of a worthless troll, sadly. All right. Let's talk to him. Okay, so we got that. We got the razor sword. 100 times without dulling its edge. Now keep in mind after original. Now there's a secret. If you get the gold dust before the sword loses, I'll be able to make the strongest sword around. You got that? Gold dust. Ugo, go, go, ugo, go. Okay. Ugo, go, 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 ugo. Oh, custom. Deborah, fetch our customer some coffee. Okay. Huh. Mean joke. You're forged into a... Unless you want to make your sword stronger. To do that, I need gold dust. Do you have any? I do! Tomorrow morning. Okay. Hell yeah, let's go. The rebuttal to the whole abortion argument is that the rights of one individual do not supersede the rights of another. And so you don't have a right to damage other people's body, even if you're an innocent human being in the damaging of another person's body, which includes fetuses. Fetuses do not have a right over the body of the mother. That's not the case in any other right, so why would it be the case regarding fetuses? All right, let's see here. Hell yeah, that's the best sword in the game. Goated. All right. We just got the best sword in the game. This sword is great. It's strong. It's big. Hits hard. We are ready to go. Okay. So now the next thing that we can do is we could do Lon Lon Ranch next. Oh, shit. Let's see. Jack Attack says the rights of the individual do not supersede the rights of another. That's why a mother shouldn't be able to intentionally kill their children. So, the problem is that the existence of the child requires the degradation of the mother. That's the problem. I don't have a right, in order for me to exist, that I have a right to like knife you in the side and leave you with scars along your sides. I don't have a right to do that in order to exist. All right, so here we go. We got that. We got this fucking badass sword. Let's go ahead and get that 100 rupees and deposit it. All right, let's see here. We're going to go up here. We're going to collect that 100 rupees and go deposit it, I guess. And then we're going to go, I think we need to get a bomb and then hit up Lon Lon Ranch. Did that bomb cost money? I don't think it did. I think we should be able to just go right to it. All right. Okay. Rainbow Ash says, why wouldn't you go with a recent version? Why would you need a medical dictionary from 25 years ago? Well, because they're not being honest. That's why. It's all rhetoric. I'm telling you, they don't actually have an argument. That's why they don't call. They don't call me because I'm going to hold their feet to the fire, and they're never going to like acknowledge that they're just wrong. It's wild. All right, let's see here. Deposit 100 rupees. Yep, 100 rupees. Hell yeah. Got 500 rupees. All right, so now we can go hit up the we're gonna go get the yeah, move. All right, so we're gonna go hit up Lon Lon Ranch, I think. I just realized I could just teleport there. What am I doing? I could just teleport. Okay, so I think we gotta go get that bomb. Will we be able to make it in time? Telling you, man, it's all rhetoric. Rainbow Ash is already on it. They already understand that all they have is rhetoric. They don't actually have a real argument. I presented a real argument, no rebuttal, just simple personal attacks. It's always the same thing. They don't have an argument. Well, you're gonna be mean. You're gonna mute me. Me. Yeah, it turns out when you're like a belligerent douchebag that, yeah, I kind of I have this bad habit of muting people. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. All right, I need... Bruh. Can I get... I mean, if you want to legitimately have a discussion, call in. Like, I'm not going to sit there on the comments having to respond to every comment. It's not going to happen. Call in if you want to have a discussion. Can I have arrows, please? I would prefer arrows. Please give me arrows. I would like arrows, please. Dame los arrows, please. Por favor. Dame los arrows. Let's see, Amender, what do you think of Iran's strange acceptance of trans people and gender reassignment surgery since the 1980s, but they have harsh punishments on gay people? Yeah, it's definitely a weird one. I remember looking this up, but trust me, they're not super friendly, believe it or not. I know that there's like specific laws that are surprisingly trans affirming, but they basically like force gay people to be trans. It's not good. I used to think, wow, they're actually kind of weirdly progressive. But then when you look it up, it's pretty ugly. Forcing people to be trans is pretty fucked up. All right. Hey, we got arrows. That's what I needed. Rainbow Edge says, a fetus cannot sustain its own life without the organ of its host mother. It's essentially a parasite of the unwanted. I don't like referring to it as a parasite, but I get what you mean. I just think that it doesn't have a right to damage other people's bodies in order to exist. And so as a result, the mother ought to be the one deciding because they're the ones that has to undergo the risk. All right. Can we make it to Lon Ranch? Can we make it to Lon Ranch? Hello. If you could destroy that boulder that blocks the entrance near here, then I'll approve you to carry them. Okay, so I have to do this one first, and then I can go back and go to Lon Ranch. Grab it. Go, 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 go. Yeah, no, I think abortions are totally acceptable. And you know, the benefit about abortions is that when you live in a pro-choice state, you can choose to say, well, I think it's wrong and I'm not going to do that. Fair enough. Nothing wrong with that. I think that that's your choice. You're the one that has to go through the risk. And so you ultimately are the deciding factor, not a Supreme Court judge or a politician 100 to 1,000 miles away. I should also point out that there are instances of complications that commonly get restricted. Things that you would assume are like pretty obviously like you want. Because like you'll find most people like bipartisan are perfectly okay with like performing an abortion in under specific circumstances where the mother's life is in danger. But even in instances where the mother's life is empirically in danger, there will be like laws that basically make it hard to do those specific procedures. So a good example of this is ectopic pregnancies. I know in the state of Florida, I've had multiple friends have issues regarding an ectopic pregnancy and end up having to abort a fetus, and it ends up in them having to go to another state in order to save their own life. It's extremely scary. They're like, no, you can't have an ectopic pregnancy until, or an abortion of your ectopic pregnancy until your fallopian tube ruptures. It's honestly absolutely disgusting. It's a really terrible situation. Okay. Hi there, Bebber. I haven't seen you all day. Where you been? Hi, baby. Hi. Hello. Hello, little deeders, are we? Little deeders. All right, inverted song of time. Slowing current flow of time. All right, onward. This game mechanics is surprisingly good. By the way, have you guys hit the like button? Hit that like button. If you haven't hit, by the way, if you're not subscribed, please, what are you doing? Please, help a brother out. Help a brother out. Oh, shit. All right, so now I got a powder keg. And now we could just walk over to, which says only losers get abortions. Again, that should absolutely be up to the individual to decide. It just is a very serious situation. GGM says, I hit the dislike button. Hey, man, your choice. I don't know why. I don't know what I said to you. I don't know what I said to you that requires that. Which says, weak-ass bitches get abortions. Very judgmental. And also, I would like to point out to you that there have been multiple instances of Republican senators having sex with a prostitute, and in order to avoid their marriage getting destroyed, they force the prostitute to get an abortion. It's really, honestly, pretty horrendous. Shit. Okay, no, we're going the right way. I probably should have just done the Song of Soaring, but it's fine. No big deal. Hello, little deeders. My cat is being so cute right now. She's being a little sweetie, Petey, she'll Ow. Yeah, again, I don't know the situation that the woman is going through. So I'm not going to sit there and pretend like I would know better, or that I would use a child, a baby, as retribution for a mistake they made. I just don't believe in that. I can't. I think it's morally abhorrent to utilize children as a useful tool to punish women. It's a really fucked up thing. I think women need to have control over their bodily autonomy and a right to abort. Anyway, let me see here. All right, so we got to go to Lon Lon Ranch. I think Lon Lon Ranch is over there. I think then it's over there. We're going. Oh. here we go. Man, y'all are so nasty to one another. God damn, man. We gotta like fucking work on our policy of politeness in this server, bro. In this chat. Y'all are nasty to one another. Just calling each other names left and right. It's awful. All right, let me see here. Hello. All right. Nice long side quest here. This is going to be fun. It's good stuff. Look. Isn't that your horse? Yes, it is. We need it. Talk. Which says $4.99. He says, we disagree on everything, but I love you, Amender. What the hell is wrong with me? Oh my goodness. Thank you. Appreciate that. Why didn't my ping go off? Ping should have gone off. It didn't go off. I can't trust the restream bot sometimes. But thank you very much for that, Witch. I appreciate that very much. Thank you. They are coming. Hell yeah. This is a cool quest. Come every night. The aliens. There's like aliens and shit. It'll be easy. We're gonna fuck them up. I don't like it when people say pray for me. Like it's like in my lights, I'm just like thinking, oh, okay, so it's like a weird passive aggressive like dismissal, you know, and just like, oh, there's something wrong with them, and so I will pray for you. Like it is a very passive aggressive thing to say, and usually people do this as like just a total dismissal. It's pretty shit. Pierre all over the ranch. All right, we got this. Let's practice right away. They're tango shaped. Burst them all. You can take it in 2 minutes. You're out. Current record is 1 minute. Are you ready? Yes, I'm ready. Let's do it. Fucking sniped. Got it. All right. Amazing. It's a new record. Okay, you work perfectly together. I'll teach Romani's horse calling to you, Grasshopper. Okay, yep. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Yeah, Rainbow Ash has got it correct. Like, I'll pray for you equals you're a dirty sinner, and whatever it is, there's something that I dislike about you. It really is a very like passive aggressive thing to do, which is very, very common among a lot of Christian conservatives. They tend to act this way. It's that fake friendliness that they like to do. And I'm like, at least with me that I'm going to be genuine with you. Like, I'm just going to tell you the way things are. All right, if we get to the light of the sun. Okay, so did you get that? Yes, the operation starts tonight at 2. Okay, tonight at 2. So it's already nighttime, so we basically gotta... Yeah, Rainbow Ash is correct once again, saying it is a backhanded platitude. Yeah. All right, we got to wait till 2 in the morning. It's currently 6. And then we got to fight, I don't know, the aliens, I guess. Then we get a horse. Oh, and then we could even get the bunny ears. Those are good too. We got to get those. J999A James says, damn, I might have to call after hearing that. You're welcome to call if you want. Phone numbers are open. 202-998-5218. Amender, do you agree with me that Christian nationalism is just Sharia law for the white people? Yeah, I do. Yeah, it basically is like wanting to argue for a form of Sharia law, but instead of it being, it's just specifically for white people. It's pretty fucked up. It's it completely ignoring like what the founding fathers specifically did, trying to leave the old world because they wanted specifically a separation of church and state. All over the writing, by the way. It's everywhere. A lot of the Christian nationalists like to pretend that it's not the case, that it was always founded in our Christian nation. They obfuscate and change the history. For example, in the 1950s, they decided to add "in God we trust" into our money in order to make it seem like that the United States is more Christian than it really was. Oh, man. Epona's fast. Though, in this game, there's actually zero reason to have Epona. Epona is actually kind of not very great because the Goron is just so much faster in every way. So there's like no reason to get Epona outside of like trying to complete the game, like doing a completionist run. You don't actually need to get Epona. What is that ladder to? Let's go check that out. It's cool you get to ride baby Epona as a kid Link, though. Yeah, that is cool. That is cool. wait until 2. Ooh, phone call. You're on the line with 1stAmender.
Ahoy, Amender. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, I can hear you. Hold on a sec. Let me mute my game. All right. Let's see. 45624. What would you like? Can I get your name?
James.
James. All right, James. What you want to talk about?
Hey, let's talk about the comment that was brought up about your feelings on people that pray for you.
Yeah.
So I want to know how you got to that feeling.
So, like, when somebody perceives something as, like, wrong or bad, especially if you're a Christian, they'll say something along the lines of, I'll pray for you. As in, like, I disapprove of this, but I'm going to take the high road and make it seem like I'm the good guy for praying. And so it's like, I just think it's, like, kind of backhanded. It's kind of like it's a passive aggressive thing to say.
So let's say, an example, like you were going through some kind of hardship, maybe health-wise or something that was incredibly difficult for you. And the person, you know, said to you, hey, I'm praying for you. I'm hoping that you get better. I'm hoping that peace flows over you. You would take that as a passive-aggressive comment?
Well, in assuming that you're being as like polite as possible and that you genuinely mean that I'll pray for you and it's not like a perceived wrong that has been, and it's like you gave an example, like if they're like cancer, I guess, like if somebody's got some sort of sickness. When someone says if I was like, if I was sick and then somebody told me I'll pray for you, basically what I just heard is I will literally do fucking nothing for you other than clasp my two hands together and talk to an imaginary friend.
Yeah.
I'm serious.
You know,
that's the way I look at it.
Wow. I mean, that's a lot, Amender. You don't see it as this person is, you know, making a totally unselfish display of love for you to say that I'm going to, you know, ask the creator of all things to put their hands on you and rid you of this illness. Like, you take that to mean like they're not doing anything and it's passive aggressive. You don't see it as an act of love.
I mean, maybe they're perceiving it as an act of love. I don't perceive it that way, though.
Well, what would you rather they do for you?
If I have cancer, I mean, I guess the best that somebody could probably do, or rather like the minimum would be like, we wish you well, you know, just checking up on me, maybe making a call once in a while, you know, just be there. That's much better than I'll pray for you. 'Cause I'll pray for you is like, it's just, all right, but that doesn't do anything. Like, it doesn't make me feel better. It's just kind of dismissal, you know, and it doesn't actually do anything.
Well, I mean, I guess I would say, what would you look at to do? Like what would be the outcome to where praying for someone would be beneficial in your eyes?
It's never beneficial. It doesn't do anything.
Never at all. There's never an instance where it's good.
I mean, I just, it doesn't, whether or not you perceive it as good is separate from whether or not it does anything. Maybe it'll make you feel good if you believe in that sort of thing. It doesn't make me feel good because I don't believe in that sort of thing. And it's also kind of like just a dismissal. It's like, okay, all right, you'll do nothing. Got it. Bye. It's nice knowing you.
Have you ever had had an issue or an experience to where you had to seek guidance from someone or something other than yourself, or other than an internet study that you can go to? Like, have you ever felt God before in your
Yep.
heart?
Yep.
Okay, so if you can acknowledge that you've felt God before, why would you say that it's passive aggressive to pray with the notion that you're praying to someone, you're praying to a higher power that would give you that peace, or that would grant you that clarity, totally without asking for anything?
Yeah, I guess I didn't consider the distinction of when you're referring to like a sincere, prayer, whereas like I'm thinking of like if there's like a disagreement or criticism or a moral judgment was mostly what I was thinking about. But even if it is done sincerely, it doesn't do anything. It's like the biggest nothing burger. And so it's like at best, it's like, okay, you'll do nothing. Great. That's best case scenario. Worst case scenario is it's genuinely passive aggressive.
Well, do you have a experience that you're drawing from that has made up your mind?
Yeah, like for example, if I say that, hey, I'm part of the LGBT community, I'll hear some fucking Christian tell me, oh, I'll pray for you. I'm like, so basically what you're tacitly telling me is like, okay, you're sinful, you're misguided, you're wrong, I'm morally above you. Do you see how why I perceive it in a negative light?
I mean, yes and no. I think you're taking the next step to try to make an assumption on what the other person is praying about. Obviously, you mentioned previously that you're well read on the Bible and that you used to be a Christian. I think you would say. So you understand that the importance of prayer, the power of prayer, because it's not just that one person. It's where two or more gather, he's there. So I can't think of anything that's more selfless than to open your heart to God, open your heart to Jesus Christ, and pray for somebody else when we all have, so much sin to atone for ourselves. Now the difference is, the Bible says this, you have to be careful about who preaches the word, and not all prayer is coming from that same place. So I agree with you there, but I don't think inherently that it's a passive aggressive thing to do for somebody. I would hope that it would be more of a thing for you to say, hey, like this person is showing that they love me, that they actually care about my salvation, and they care about my well-being and my soul. And I just can't think of a better way, especially when it's coming from a justified place. Typically, if I'm out in public, I've ran into that situation before where, I've been around other Christians, and I say, hey, let's pray, let's fellowship. And I've never gotten any feelings of passive aggressiveness, I'd hope you open your heart a little bit more and maybe, think that there are people out there that love you and want what's best for you, and it's not always a passive aggressive thing to say that I'm going to pray for you.
I mean, I was willing to acknowledge that, yeah, maybe I wasn't considering specifically the sincere, but again, like even with it just being sincere, it doesn't actually do anything.
I mean, again, I'm not sure what more you would want to happen. I mean, obviously, I can't explain why Jesus or God decides to reveal himself to certain people, but if your main thing is what do I get out of prayer, then you're already looking at it wrong, my friend.
So it's not what I get out of prayer. It's what prayer does in general. It shows there has never been any empirical basis that prayer shows results in anything. It's a total coin flip when it comes to results regarding prayer. In fact, there have been tests that have been done where rather than praying to Jesus or God, they instead pray to Danny DeVito and they get the same exact result.
I mean, I don't know anyone.
So unless
I'll
Danny
take
DeVito
that.
is as powerful as God, our prayer doesn't do fucking shit.
I mean, we have countless testimonials about how prayer worked, and we have real life examples. I mean, I'm not sure if you've known anybody that has dedicated their life to Jesus Christ and has come out a better person for that. Do you know anyone that has done that?
I don't know if I would say that they come out as a better person. I think they come out as kind of delusional. They put their trust into something that can't empirically be shown to exist, and they live a delusional life. Whether or not you consider that to be a testimony that worked, like, for example, I could think, for example, that there was a lady who, she's an accountant, and she had they had a church connected to their accounting office. Don't ask why. I just kind of shook my head at that. But they basically had the business owner, the husband, had ran a church, and they believed in the power of healing through prayer. And the husband got a stroke, and not a good one, a really bad one. In fact, they were never going to do accounting ever again. They were basically completely incapable of even having a basic conversation, let alone doing accounting. And the lady believed wholeheartedly in the power of prayer, and that prayer will heal her husband. And she was able to get through that way. I have not checked on her in a while, but I got news for you. Prayer will never heal her husband. Her husband, as far as she is aware, is gone forever. It's never going to come back. There is nothing that God or Jesus or any of those things or any prayer is going to magic away that fact. Now, does she get away, feeling okay about herself? Knowing, even though that she's in a genuinely awful situation? Sure. I just think that that's very, I don't know. I think looking at things realistically, I think is better off than forcing yourself into a delusion that prayer works.
Listen, so I think that is an example that you brought up that all of us have heard of that before. Are there people out there who will say, I will be healed by prayer alone? I would, obviously that's not the vast majority of people. There's testimonials that you can hear of even people that, are severe alcoholics. I know my mother-in-law personally, who was a severe alcoholic, and overnight, she quit cold turkey. And her testimonial is, I opened a Bible, I read the Word of God, I prayed for peace over this, and overnight, no one can explain it. And they tell alcoholics, you can't quit cold turkey. And she was able to quit cold turkey. Now we can say, all right, maybe that's her genetics, and maybe, there's 100 different examples we can probably look at. But her testimonial was, this is what I did, and this is how I found that peace. You could do the same thing. People that struggle with pornography, people that actually have, things that they want to overcome, that they've tried to do it themselves over and over and over again, and they failed. But the the vast majority will tell you the minute that I gave these problems up to Jesus Christ, to God, was I finally able to get that peace, get that healing that I needed. And it doesn't have to be cancer. It doesn't have to be alcohol. It can be anything. The ability to say that, you know, I'm not in this alone is the whole reason for prayer, to put yourself closer to God. And people that do that with their heart open and their mind right tend to report better lives, better outcomes. They're happier people. You went over studies the other day talking about why conservatives rate their happiness higher. Well, it's because of this. But anyway, no, that was just my thoughts on that, man.
So specifically with a study that I referenced, they seem to report that, but the reality is that there is a stigma associated with getting mental health. And so they overinflate their mental health quality. That's what is currently proposed. And the one thing that I want to point out is, like, all of the things that you've pointed out can be easily resolved by just having a psychologist. Like, having a good psychologist will have an empirical benefit. I just think that being in reality is more important than not being in reality. If you have an alcoholic problem, this is solved with psychologist appointment. If you have an area where you're genuinely destitute, like, honestly, psychology is really amazing for dealing with areas of depression, for dealing with having better outcomes. You could just go to a psychologist, seriously. And that we know works. Prayer, we know, does not necessarily work. It doesn't actually have any empirical benefits.
Wouldn't you be drawing those same empirical benefits from a fucking, I'm blanking on the word, not a sociologist, but a fucking psychiatrist? Wouldn't you draw all that same thing from there, that these people, okay, they may be trained in their particular field of study. Obviously, we know the difference between a psychiatrist and a therapist. One can provide medication, the other can't. But these are all people that are also flawed within themselves too, you know. So we'll say, yep, I have a benefit going and talking to my psychiatrist, but it can't just be that. There has to be a level plan to help these people. A psychiatrist will never say, just talk to me and you'll be okay, correct?
No, it's not as simple as, like, I mean, you're talking about the difference between a psychiatrist or a therapist. I mean, one of them is going to provide you drugs. The other one just kind of talks you through it. And you're saying that these people have flaws. Well, so do you. And when you're praying,
exactly,
you're not praying to, believe it or not, it's not a higher power. You're praying to yourself. It's just you. It's you that's pulling yourself up and out. There is no power that is otherworldly that's picking you up and out. It's just you.
I don't know, man. That's it's interesting that you have that point of view, because it naturally says good comes within you, and that's it. You know, all that is good in this world came from human beings who are flawed, who are not perfect individuals, and I don't know if I can necessarily co-sign that. You know, there are people that will do heinous shit, you know, with or without Christianity or God. I can't leave it up to man to decide what's good and what's bad, if that makes sense.
Well, despite how you feel about it, that's the way it's done.
Yeah, no, but
I know, like,
it's
people want to.
It's inspired from not man. There's a there's someone up higher.
So we can say that, and that makes us feel better. But in reality, if man made God, then no, it's not inspired from not man. It's just man. And in fact, given that there exist animals and other species that don't abide by the moral systems of humans, and that humans, when you go to different locations of physical separation, that they have different values and belief systems, that would tell me that the morals are invented by man. Like for example, I don't know, like, does Jupiter have morals? No, not really. It's inanimate, doesn't have any feelings. It just kind of exists. Same thing with like a black hole. A black hole consumes more energy than the entirety of humanity will ever output. Is that bad? Is that wrong? It just, I don't know. Maybe to a human it could be wrong, but is it really wrong? It's like, and when you break it down, it comes down to like, what is it that humans find good or bad? And it's like a question of like, okay, well, what's conducive to flourishing, to human flourishing, is usually what we aim for as good or bad.
Yeah, totally. But when we finally say to ourselves, okay, well, it's a universal truth, you know, like these are universal things that all people are supposed to have. It can't just be, oh, well, because this society deems these qualities important, it's so. It's a universal truth. It doesn't need other people, you know. And of course we get into deeper shit like rights and all that stuff, and I'm not trying to take it there, but I guess I'll end it on this because I'm about to pull into my residency. But I think if prayer is a way to take the focus off of ourselves and put it to where it belongs, in my opinion. And I guarantee there's been people that have prayed for you, even unbeknownst to you, and they have nothing but love in their heart. So hopefully you can feel a little differently if someone says I'm going to pray for you, if they're actually being genuine.
I just think it's ineffectual. Under the best case scenario, it does nothing. But I wanted to go into it a little bit because I think that there's like a path of least resistance that humans go towards human flourishing. So, hold on. So, one example that I can give you is like the golden rule. Don't treat others the way that you would want to be treated. That is an axiom that has been found by many different cultures. Why? Because it is conducive to human flourishing. It helps people propagate and survive and establishes a level of consistency within your community. Same thing with thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not kill within your own tribe. These are all things that just path of least resistance leads to human flourishing, which is why multiple cultures have come to that. Maybe if that's what you're referring to as the universal truth. But I think even with that really does come down to a subjective point of view. For example, I could look at Spartan society where they would teach Spartan children, how to battle. They would teach the children to steal. However, to not get caught. They said you have to steal if you plan on surviving, but if you get caught, you get punished. So that would be an example of where stealing is morally permissible. There's also instances of like, okay, stealing from the rich to give to the poor. You know, another one is like lying. Well, sometimes lying is conducive to survival. And so sometimes people think that lying in specific scenarios are beneficial. Hell, you could look at somebody like Peter Popoff, the guy who was caught lying about his miracles feeling that he was justified in lying to his congregation in order to bring more people closer to God. And that was his justification. I guess what I'm trying to say is it really does come to a subjective interpretation, and it really does, it comes down to every human's decision to say this is right and this is wrong. And it's more malleable than people would like to admit because it's an uncomfortable truth.
I mean, and it very well could be for some. I mean, I think most Christians will say that, you know, it's wrong to steal, and it's wrong to steal even if I'm hungry, and it's wrong to steal even if this person stole from me first. I mean, that is because Jesus wouldn't do that, you know, and we're all wanting to, you know, we all strive to live a life as close to perfect as we can, much like Jesus Christ. So yes, you can find these concepts in different areas. I'm sure Papua New Guinea, you know, they frown upon stealing, but is it through forgiveness or do they just cut your hand off? You know what I mean? So, yes, you are correct. You don't necessarily need God to understand these things, but you have to come to the conclusion, why is this wrong? Why is this not, you know, good to steal? And you'll find a lot of, you know, people will say it's because we strive to live our life like Jesus Christ. But hey, my friend, I'm going to hop off. I appreciate the call. I much like this show much better than the previous. I'm digging these extra streams, and keep it pushing, my brother. I'll be listening in the chats.
Appreciate it.
Peace.
So I would say that it's not Jesus Christ there, but rather, because if you think about it, right, I think it was like Catholics that would cut people's hands off, right? In the concept of the eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. Obviously we don't do this anymore because it's an abhorrent nightmare. It is not conducive to survival. And I can predicate my morality off of conducive to human flourishing. That's totally possible. And I think it's better than just be like, ooh, I want to live like Jesus Christ. Because if you did read your Bible, you'll know that there is a, that you cannot be Jesus's disciple unless if you are willing to abandon your family, your father, your mother, your brothers, your friends, if not for Jesus Christ. I think that's a bit sycophantic. And so I would not want to live like that, I guess. Man, it's 10:38. Is it time? I hope you guys enjoyed that conversation. Honestly, I might make a video out of that, James. That was a pretty good, let's see. All right, this is a short call. All right, short call. You're on the line with 1stAmender.
Hey, Amender. Wee. It's Wedge.
It's Wedge?
It's Wedge, yeah.
Wedge. All right, Wedge.
Witch.
What you want to talk? Oh, Witch.
Witch.
What you want to talk about, Witch?
So, I mean, you said you used to be religious. Were you, like, Catholic, or what were you?
Non-denominational Christian.
How long were you non-denominational Christian for?
Well, I had like moments of offs and ons. I think like through elementary school, it was mostly on, and then it kind of fell off roughly around middle school into high school. And then I think it was sometime in college that I went back to on it because I was watching a lot of Jordan Peterson.
Yeah.
And then I decided to affirm my Christianity by reading the Bible. And I got to tell you, if I wanted to keep my Christianity, that was a huge mistake. Like if you plan on keeping your Christianity, do not read the Bible in its entirety with just as is without having some priest or somebody that can try to read it in a different way than what it actually says in the Bible.
Yeah, I mean, from your previous streams, you do seem kind of well versed in the Bible. How long did it take you to read?
I think it was about 3 months. It wasn't that long.
3 months, yeah.
3 months. I got
Were
it
you
done.
were you kind of influenced from your parents?
I mean, I was initially influenced by my dad. Yeah.
I just want to know, I just want you to tell me, like, kind of your top 3 reasons on believing that God could not exist. What are your, like, top 3 reasons?
That's complicated. That's a complicated.
Kind of loaded.
All right. Okay. Top 3 reasons. Let me just try to think about that. So one of them that I have is the separation of humans results in completely different belief systems.
Yeah, like the many gods.
And not by like a little bit, by like a lot. And then there's also separation through time. Like, for example, if I went 20,000 years in the past, the humans that I would be meeting there would likely believe in some form of animism, where they believe that the objects contain some anthropomorphic qualities to it, or that the objects could talk to them. That would be or the trees can talk to them, or the birds and the animals can talk to them, like humans can. Obviously that's not the case, but people believed that for a really long time. If there was an underlying God figure, I ought to see consistency regardless of the separation of humans. Like a good example of despite the separation of humans, the same thing was discovered, was the Pythagorean theorem. It was independently discovered in India, as well as China, as well as Pythagoras, as everybody knows. The same phenomenon was discovered. So it's interesting because it's like, it doesn't matter if, let's say, you grew up in the Andromeda galaxy, a completely separate galaxy to the Milky Way, the Pythagorean theorem would still hold true. Maybe you have different ways to describe the numbers or whatever, or maybe you have a different base interval, but it's the same rule. It works the same way. And despite whether you're separated by the Himalayas or whatever, it's still the same exact result. And something that would even be further predicated would be God. God should be able to communicate himself despite there being these giant mountainous regions. And if people looked religiously, they should be able to get a consistent output, but it turns out it's not consistent. In fact, it is so inconsistent, you'll find things that are just completely opposite to one another. And it's like, I find a really hard time trying to say that there is this quote unquote Christian God, knowing that there's so many different cultures. That's one reason.
Okay. So the first reason, pretty much, you think that there's almost a natural, inherent thing in humans that they need, or they want to need to believe in a God. Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I was. But I do believe that there is an inherency to be superstitious, which leads to anthropomorphizations, which leads to God figure. But let's see here. So what I'm trying to say is that God is supposed to predicate everything. Do you know what I mean by that?
Yeah. Control.
So, well, I'm saying like he made everything, right? So that it's like the underlying framework to all things. The Pythagorean theorem is a framework as well, right? We're able to describe a phenomenon that gets consistent output. We got a right triangle. Guess what? We will always know what the hypotenuse is if we know the length and width. And as long as we follow that specific rule, it will always be that. But when it comes to the ultimate predication to the universe, God, it's not consistent at all.
And that's like pretty much the big reason why you kind of faded away.
That's
from
one reason.
Believing in God. What was the other one?
Another one that I can think of is the Bible holds a crap ton of stuff that's just wrong. I can't pull away from it. It's just wrong. And I don't have to necessarily go to Noah's flood to prove that. I don't have to show the 6,000 year Earth thing. I don't have to talk about evolution. I don't even have to mention stuff like that. They don't even get germs correctly. They don't understand the concept of germs. That's why they have a separation of clean versus unclean, talking about food that's undercooked. They said very consistently, like, that which is unclean was like shellfish, stuff that crawls on the bottom of the ocean, carrion birds, pigs. These are all things that are susceptible to a lot of diseases should you eat them undercooked. And it's like, that is way more accurate than like, hey, there's like these little tiny creatures that you cannot see, and you can actually safely eat it if you cook your food thoroughly. In fact, it took Louis Pasteur, 1700, 1800s to discover that you got to heat your milk properly to get rid of the pathogens. They used to think that it was curses. It's a curse why you're sick. You know, they didn't realize it's a pathogen. It's an actual germ that's hurting you. You know?
Yeah, and that's fair, Mender. And a lot of these discrepancies you're talking about actually lead people to Gnosticism. So what led you to go full atheist and not Gnosticism?
Let me see here. Gnosticism is a diverse 2nd, 3rd century religious movement, emphasizes secret knowledge over faith as a key to salvation. It posits a divine spark with humans that is trapped in an evil material world created by an ignorant demiurge rather than a true, transparent God. Okay, so basically what you're saying is it just like well, right here it's saying that a core belief of Gnosticism is dualism. Is that correct? Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I wholly reject dualism.
Okay.
And the reason why is because science cannot find anywhere this ethereal spirit. So I'll try to explain it. Basically, there's a posit idea that there is a controlling spirit to the body, and it is the spirit that dictates decisions, and then it makes it into action. So think your arm moving, your legs moving. Let's say if I decide that I want to go to Taco Bell because I really want a chicken quesadilla right now. Sorry, that's very specific.
Those are good.
But yeah, they're very good. God, they're tasty. It's my diet day. I can't even be thinking about shit like that. Anyway, that decision-making process causing there to be energy, all of that is actually accounted for within the brain. There are neurons that fire. There's specific chemicals that fire. My mouth started watering because of electrical signals being sent to my brain thinking about chicken quesadilla. I decide to have chicken quesadilla. What we ought to observe, if there was some ethereal presence, is that there ought to be a mechanism that goes from the ethereal down into like the actual mechanistic brain. However, we can't actually find that force, the force that enables that. All of the forces within your brain are accounted for as a part of just the second law of thermodynamics. We don't have an instance where the law of thermodynamics is refuted. And because because this has been disproven somewhere in the late 1800s, it's only gotten worse with neurobiology. We just have zero instances of there being that mechanism. And so therefore dualism is disproven. So I would not say Gnosticism is the way to go.
Okay. And so those are pretty much sums up all the reasoning of you moving away from complete faith or believing in a higher power to just being an atheist?
Well, that's the second big reason. There was the separation of humans in time, the Bible holding a crap ton of stuff that's just wrong.
And what's the third, you think?
Hold on. So, and this is an interesting one because I consider deism as a potential that maybe God does not interact within our universe and just created the universe. So it would be like a deist perspective.
Yeah, just like observing, almost like an ant farm or something.
Yeah. Or maybe just timeless, immaterial, whatever it is, what it says in the Bible. That in and of itself is that it presumes an anthropomorphization beyond space-time. And I have a problem with that. And the reason why is because when you remove space-time, like the fabric of space-time, electrons can't exist. Photons can't exist. Things can't move. We don't even know what that framework would even look like, provided it even makes sense that there is a frame. Why or how could I presume there being a God figure that knows about us, cares about us, thinks about us, cares about what chemical waste rod goes into chemical waste holes, based off of what? 7 septillion planets within our observable universe, us being just one little tiny dot. Why would I presume such an anthropomorphization beyond space-time? It just, no matter what I do, I cannot make that make sense.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I just wanted to get your reasonings. I know you want to get off soon, so I just wanted to get your arguments so I can do my own research and then maybe call back next show and we can talk a little bit more about this. I was just kind of interested. I know you said you were you were studying and I just kind of wanted to know what got you away from that. So that's thanks for talking to me, Amender.
Sure. If it makes you feel better, I find religions and studying religion super fascinating. This is why I read the Quran, the Bhagavad Gita, and like I look up like old ass fucking religions, and I'm like, oh, look at this cool ass ritual that they did. I don't know. I don't think any of it is true. I just think it's cool.
I'm on the fence myself. I mean, I wouldn't say I'm a Christian or a Catholic, but I can't come to find myself saying that there isn't a higher power out there. So honestly, like I can't, I'm not coming from an authoritative side here. I'm on the fence myself, but I just really wanted to hear your side of things.
Read the Bible. Pick it up on Audible, bro.
Yeah,
you should see.
It's
There's
so
like
hard.
there's like an audio Bible that's got like sound effects and shit. I'm going to pull it up for you so you can say it's so good. It's so good. I mean, if you heard it, you'd be like, oh shit, man. It's like a play, dude. It's done so well. You'll get through the Bible like it's nothing. It's called the Word of Promise Audio Bible, Complete Bible, by Thomas Nelson. And here, I'll just play like an excerpt of it so you can hear it. But it's got sound effects, bruh. Hold on. Here. Yeah, no, it does. It's got sound effects. Watch, listen. Is it gonna come on? Do the play, you bastard. I can't hear it. Hold on. I think Audible.
Hey, what's it called when someone reads a book and then they write notes in the book and then they publish it? What is that called?
Annotations.
Annotation. I know Carl Sagan has an annotated version of the Bible, and I would like to really read that.
I'm telling you, man. Word of Promise. I'm telling you, it's very good. Let me see. Where the hell is the? I don't hear it. That's so weird. Why don't I hear it? Let me see if I'm trying to get it to play. Hold on. Just give me a sec. I don't know why it's not playing. It should just play. It's not playing. Hold on. I mean, I can hear the sound, so why aren't you playing? Oh, bro, it's giving me trouble.
Can you put the link in the chat?
Yeah, it's here. I'll put, you know
Put
what?
the link in the chat, and then I'll click on it when we get off.
Here, I'm going to put it, I'm going to pull it up on Audible right now, and you'll, and at least chat will be able to hear it. But it's called the Word of Promise Audio Bible. I'll go ahead and pull it up. Hold on. Give me a sec. I'm trying to get it. Just give me a sec. Where the fuck is it? Come on, bastard.
And then you were right about the whole praying thing. You are right. Some people can come out of bad faith when they say that. But like someone like James, you know, James sounds like a really good guy. And I think when James comes at you and says that, I think he is coming from a good place,
Right,
you know, in good faith, you know. But some people, it is like a backhanded
all right,
shade.
so I want everybody, I just want everybody to like listen to it. It's called, and I'm just going to show you, it's called here, I'll write it here. Word of Promise Audio Bible, Complete Bible, Hear the Bible Come Alive, NKJV. All right. So that's it. So here, I'm going to play it just a little bit so you can hear it. It's wild.
To pass, when he was close to entering Egypt, that he said to Sarah, his wife,
"Indeed, I know that you are a woman
They got sound
with beautiful
effects.
Countenance. Therefore, it will happen when the Egyptians see you."
Yeah, I know you can't hear it. You'll
Okay.
see it. You'll see it. Anyway, I'll talk to you later, okay?
Yeah, I'll talk to you later, Mender. Good talk.
Peace.
All right, bye.
Anyway, that's how I listened to the Bible and how I was able to get through it. Let me take a look here. So, which 5:43:20. A discussion about faith and how I came to be an atheist. Okay. All right. Well, that was a good stream. I thought it was good. If you guys have not hit like, please do me a favor, hit like. If you're not subscribed to the channel, please subscribe to the channel. You know, we're growing. Just give me time. I got a new video out. It's called guy says caller claims Democrats rig the House. I just realized I have to save my game because I just don't have the time to go through this quest line. Just gonna save real quick. Anyway, y'all, you guys have a great rest of your night. I appreciate y'all very much. We're gonna be doing more of this.